approach where the government has a business and where it doesn't have a business. And that
From an economic
separate,
perspective, you said.
yeah.
Okay.
So just it's a economic classification of product and services. Like, are they public or are they private? If they're non-rivalrous and non-excludable, then they're public, like a justice system or a fire department or the military. If they're rivalrous and excludable, then they're private. So like cars, medication, things of this nature.
Yeah.
So with that, I see a very clear line where we can say, yes, the government should tax the people and use these taxes to pay for um, a justice system and all those public services like roads, everything that like everyone benefits from, but the amount of amount people benefit from is not clear, and we can't evenly divide it. Therefore, we all pay for it equally through a government's funded tax scheme. And I think that it's reasonable for that. But then when we go into the private sector, unless the government's upholding the rule of law, then they have no business regulating the private sector. So I would rather do without the FDA, without financial regulation, any sort of regulation that seeks to twist or change market forces, because I think it's a classical misunderstanding of what a market is, right? People think markets are these capitalist inventions that are abstracted away from humanity, you know. But a market is the aggregation of many individuals, and when you have a free market, all you're looking at when you're talking about the markets is the aggregation of free people. So if the government's sort of regulating in that space, it tends to create non-free outcomes. And then I think when that is pair bonded with a system like capitalism, you get gross abuse of the population, because government regulations entrench and allow monopoly and oligopolies to exist. And this seems to be problematic in society, whether you're talking about monopoly political power or monopoly corporate power. And the only way I see this monopoly corporate power working out is through big companies lobbying senators for special legislation. And if you remove the senator's ability to legislate in the private sphere, then you remove the lobbying, you remove big businesses' ability to corrupt the system, which seems intrinsically important to me. So yeah, so that's the kind of libertarian I am.
Okay, that makes sense. So do you think, just as a kind of side point, but not entirely, like, do you think trade should be restricted or unrestricted? Do you believe in the government, you know, like trying to do something about market externalities?
No, I think market. I think you, I think there's nothing you can do about market externalities. The only way change seems to really exhibit is through free volition of society. There seems to be no effective way of forcing um, billions of free people to do any one thing, um, other than collective consciousness change, which happens slowly, frustratingly, and over time, unfortunately, and is more often than not assisted along with technological development. So, to give you an example, people say capitalism does nothing about the environment, it does nothing to address climate change, but all the current government regulation that we've put in place doesn't change anything either way. I'll give you an example. So there's this thing called carbon credits. So every company's issued carbon credits, and the more carbon you emit, the more credits you use. right? But there's obviously companies that emit very little carbon and have a very low carbon footprint, so they have positive carbon credits. But then there's companies like oil companies and the coal power manufacturers that have huge carbon deficits in carbon credits. And when the government brought in this regulation, it was thought that the coal companies would rather lower their emissions than incur the additional penalties from a carbon tax. But what happened in effect is, because it's a market and people trade shit, the companies that have negative carbon credits purchase carbon credits from companies with positive carbon credits, and it just creates a system where, yeah, there's taxation now, but it hasn't changed the behavior of these businesses. And there seems to be no demonstrated government regulation that actually forces businesses to change. However, you bring in a guy like Elon Musk, and he doesn't just build an electric car, because building an electric car is insufficient, right? At the market, we individuals, people, the ones that burn all the petrol and pollute the environment, we want our cars, and we don't give a shit about the environment when we drive our cars. So it's not just the advent of the electric car that needed to be invented; it's making an electric car compete like for like with a petrol car. And Elon Musk has achieved that. That, I think, is the only response that could ever be effective towards climate change. And that is a corporate, free market business solution. And I think arguably does more good for the environment than any carbon, than any climate change regulation that's been implemented globally.
Can you hear my mic properly, by the way, just before I jump in on that?
Pardon?
Can you hear me properly? Is my mic clear, or is it?
Yeah,
No?
go for it.
Okay, cool. Just in the 1960s, yeah, when we had the whole racism thing going on. Yeah,
The whole what thing?
right. The whole racism thing in the 1960s, America, the
Sorry,
civil
I'm
rights
looking.
movement.
Civil rights movement. Yeah.
Yeah, in the 1960s, when the government legislated people to not do segregation and things like this. Do you think that stopped people to some extent from segregating? Stopped
No,
businesses rather. I
no.
think it stopped businesses at all.
I,
Why did
I, I,
businesses stop doing it?
I think businesses stopped doing it largely because they realized that they can make more money like that. You use South Africa as an example. In South Africa, white people own most of the businesses, but 90% of the population is black, and those white businesses, because of apartheid, only did business with white people. And once apartheid ended, there was legislation which people just uh, paperworked around, this thing called black economic empowerment. It didn't actually empower black people; it just empowered a few rich, corrupt people. Um, um, so that doesn't seem to have changed the market, but the South African market has changed. Most South African companies have 80% plus black employment. Most businesses are 50% plus black owned, but that's not because any government legislation has forced the transfer of wealth over to black people from white people. There's legislation that says precisely that, but it's largely ineffective. It's made a few minority black people, few maybe 100 or 200 black people in South Africa super wealthy and billionaires. But the general population, it's done fuck all for them. But the general population has started to engage in the economy. Why is this happening? It's because people realize that if you live in South Africa, you're just going to do business with white people. You're not going to do business with 90% of the population. It behooves you, if you want to stay ahead of the competition, to service black people and to service 90% of the population. You're going to have to employ people now to do that. and those people are going to be black because 90% of the population is black. So it's not clear to me that all I'm saying is the government's ineffective at doing this, and wherever I see the eradication of true evils like slavery and racism, I see the guiding hand of capitalism, of people exchanging goods and services freely and realizing better trade practices and iterating better forms of society to facilitate that over time. And I see it as a force that's fundamentally linked with freedoms. And when I look at history, I see a tale of us getting freer and freer and freer. And as we get freer and freer and freer, our societies have gotten better and better and better. And each time we seem to send a society the other way, away from freedom, it seems to start to disintegrate slowly.
Right. Just one thing there. I do agree that generally
Can I
speaking,
respond to
societies
that?
that are free are better.
Yeah, let Zayed go and then you can go.
And so I do agree generally that societies that are free are better. That doesn't mean that all freedom is good. Like, I don't think you're a freedom of speech absolutist, are you?
Can I respond to that?
Freedom of speech. So, a freedom of speech absolutist is somebody who believes that all speech should be allowed, no matter what.
No, there are acceptable limitations on free speech, but
So, right, yeah.
that comes down to, like, people say that's not very libertarian, but it comes down to the base, like, libertarian ideology, which is do whatever the fuck you want as long as you don't harm someone else. That's pretty much it.
When you add don't harm anybody else, you do agree that you're imposing on people's freedom there, right?
Yeah, well, that our criminal justice system is fundamentally a libertarian justice system. We have this foundation in British common law, and British common law basically what they did when they decided to go for freedom was like they said everyone's free, and now via case law, as shit comes up in society, we will have judges preside over them, and we will decide which rights are superior to other rights. So under that framework, it's not specifically to say that murder is wrong. It's just when you murder someone, you're violating their right to life, and your right to murder
There
them
are certain.
ranks below their right to life.
Can I respond to what you were saying about capitalism and racism?
Yeah, hold on. Someone was going to go after Zayed. I think it was Dr. Doolittle.
Hey, go for it.
No, I didn't have a comment yet.
It was
Yeah,
you, Nivek.
capitalism isn't necessarily. I mean, I guess I'll agree with you that there could be positive benefits in fair competition with capitalism, but you can't just say something is absolute in being good. It depends, because
No,
capitalism with race use scapegoating at other people when wrongs were done, in focus in when errors were made, so people will focus on one thing instead of the repercussions, the negative repercussions of capitalism. You know, like with
so,
Reagan, not with Reagan trickle down, with the
so,
with
so,
what do you call it, when he was talking about strong young bucks and welfare queens. That was so people wouldn't look at his crony trickle down economics. You
yeah,
know,
but
so
Nivek,
a lot of what was pushing racism was funded by crony capitalists using otherism to scapegoat in order for people to be okay with their crony policies. A lot of economic inequality is aligned with social inequality. It's like, if we do this and you guys are okay with it, we were okay with your bigotry. Because you see
Nivek,
a lot of Cyril Edelsons and Koch brothers on the right, where a lot of funding
Nivek,
is.
hold on, you're gish galloping
Huh?
on. Just slow down there. Slow down there. So I'm not seeing where
You
we're
don't
in
see any.
disagreement.
You don't.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm not seeing where we're in disagreement, because what you just described there is the government getting involved in the private sector, and I stated my position as being completely against the government having any say in the private sector. So crony capitalism exists because the government has the power to legislate in the private sector. It's
Okay. So
precisely
you're
why
not
it
for
exists.
crony capitalism. I get you.
No, like I think that's the only thing wrong with our system. You know, we've got a great system of judicial ethics.
I got you.
We have great public service systems. We have great understandings of how they operate and what the best way to iterate them are. What
Yeah.
we don't
And
have is a good understanding of the best way to iterate capitalism.
and if you
And
screw up, you should
capitalism,
just get taken out by the market. You shouldn't be propped up by the
exactly,
government. Okay,
100%.
I agree with you.
This is the thing, like this boom bust cycle that economies go through. It stems from central reserve banking practices. It's because the Central Reserve Bank is setting interest rates artificially low, which creates bubbles, and then that bubble bursts, and then you get the recession. If there's no Central Reserve banking, you have a free floating interest rate. Then as stuff gets more and more risky, the interest rate goes up, and this disincentivizes people from taking loans. You know, when you're taking a loan at 27%, it changes your decision making. And if the price should be 27%, like it should have been in subprime, but the Central Reserve Bank is setting it at 1 or 2%, then the free market is not able to see that cautionary perspective, right? So like people say that the free market can't respond to it. Like uh, it's not that it's not that I think freedom is going to solve everything. It's more that it just seems to solve it the best it can be solved. Put it that way, you know. It's not to say that freedom is perfect, but it's superior to any sort of desire to control freedom because that always twists into some perplex thing.
Yeah, because my thinking when it comes to things is like I see different things depending on how they go together in a logical way that would equate to a beneficial outcome. I don't have any type of bias to one thing or another thing because a lot of people are too sometimes fixated on just being for this and being for that.
I
I
think
don't really
everyone
believe in
has a
just
bias towards being fair, don't you think? Don't you have a bias towards being fair?
Well, the only thing I'm for is what's logically progressive. That's it.
Because you think that's fair.
Yeah.
Progress towards what?
Seems to me like you're biased towards progress.
That's the only
Generally
thing.
speaking, everyone's biased towards fairness. The problem comes in when we're operating off of different sets of information, which fundamentally informs what we think is fair, and that's where almost all disagreement stems from.
I actually agree with that.
Yeah, it's not my idea. It's the findings of a large body of work. But yeah, like we tend to like, and you see this with most animals. Like, if an animal in the wild is well fed and well sheltered, and it sees another animal struggling, it'll generally try to help it. But if it's not well fed and it's not well sheltered, and it happens to be prey animal, then like it's gonna get eaten. Yeah, and I just think that we as a species, the freer we are, the better we, and this is why freedom of speech is so critical, the better we're able to communicate, the better we're able to share our ideas and our information sets. And I really believe that through the mechanism of freedom of speech, we've managed to share so many good ideas and so many quality information sets that it's allowed us to largely agree on most things. Like most of the world is pretty on board with murder being wrong. You know, murder's been illegal since laws were written, since they were spoken. But it's not till of recent that it's really been like, no, murder's not a solution. Like, if you had a disagreement back in the day, it was totally like, I mean, in Rome, I mean, forget a disagreement. In Rome, a father could kill their son up till the age of 17, and often no reason, just like he was an irritating shit, so I killed him. you know. So it's only of recent that like we've gone over this hangover of murder, and I think that's because people have been talking and spreading ideas and acquiring new information sets. But yeah, welcome, Rouge. Libertarianism. Where do you stand on it?
Thank you. I certainly don't have a lot against it, but questions around how to reach, I guess, an optimal state of it, and especially how to convince a lot of folks who seem to be determined to have a big brother around.
I think that would never have been a concern up until recent, weirdly enough, because it seems to be the case that the left side of the political spectrum has always found some ground with some worthy way of shifting society towards more liberty that the conservatives have ultimately accepted and moved society forward with. But the latest iteration of the left that seems to argue for this big brother and has this big brother mentality now, it seems to be like an argument of the right way back when. And I think we're at the first time in history where, you know, there doesn't seem to be anything more to fight for. And to address your point on like, you know, libertarianism, I think we pretty much like the Americans have pretty much got it right, absent the government regulation, in the sense of the judicial code of ethics and where on how you may not harm another human being. That seems to be a fantastic iteration. And the thing about like something like treating people equally and fairly and with freedoms, the only objective bar we have is the law. I mean, it's obviously clear that, not as an example, not everyone's born with equal opportunity. Even if everyone is equal under law, but there really is no good way for the government to regulate that without robbing us of what seems to be critical to moving society forward: technological innovation stemming from freedom. So it's not to say that. So to bring it back to the point about the left, I think they've run out of ground to fight for in terms of like civil rights. I think everyone has equal rights and everyone's equal under law, and I think that's the most you can do at a societal level. The rest you just have to leave it to how people iterate things over time. And it's not to say that it's going to be perfect immediately. It's just to say that the rate of increase towards perfection is as fast as we can achieve. And I think that's important to note, because if we start practicing other things, they might work, but they certainly won't be as effective.
I have a question.
What are you considering as the left? I mean, as like what the government can't do.
Well, it's the left that seems to argue for government regulation of the private sector. They seem to want to curtail freedom of speech, which I think is a fundamental mechanism towards getting our information sets right, and therefore our sense of fairness on the same path. And I think that's like the best way to sort of achieve homeostasis, as it were.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I agree with like freedom of speech, though. Like, absolutely, though. I mean, and I would definitely consider myself on the left, and like many people consider themselves on the left, like are very pro free speech. Like, you can even find that on the right, where they're trying to ban the American flag. Like, I think that the kind of people that are kind of blocking free speech, it's not like really tied to a party. It's tied to kind of a specific ideology. Like, there are people kind of on both sides that do that.
Yeah,
I would say the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go for it, Doolittle. I've talked for too long.
So I would say that using a one-dimensional analysis on the political spectrum doesn't give you enough clarity on all the issues. I mean, it does on many of the issues, but there's you can inject a second dimension on the political spectrum, so left and right, and libertarian versus authoritarian. So if you say the libertarian left and the libertarian right, those have slightly different positions. The libertarianism, almost universally, whether it's on the left or the right, is going to endorse free speech, and the authoritarianism side of the political spectrum, if you look at it in two dimensions, whether it's on the left or the right, is going to advocate. That's right. You can get and you can get it on the left too. So the authoritarian left and the authoritarian right both are less in favor of free speech. The libertarian left and the right are I would say, are both more in favor of free speech, because I would say free speech is more of a libertarian ideal, and the ability to censor speech to only the speech that the people in power think are good for the well-being of the whole. That's more of an authoritarian principle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it has to do with like political ideology of like left and right, and whether you're going to be against free speech. It just has to do with like whether someone's going to be kind of on the authoritarian side or libertarian side, whether they're on the left or the right. It wouldn't really matter.
Exactly. Yes. Thanks for clarifying that.
It's much different in Europe, right? The free speech.
Well,
what
Europe
I know,
doesn't
yeah.
have free speech.
It's more freer in America.
The rest of the world has freedom of expression.
No,
America
Europe
has freedom of speech. So, well, not the rest of the world. The rest of the democratic world that claims to have freedoms, they have this thing called freedom of expression. They don't have freedom of speech. America is the only country in the world with freedom of speech.
Sorry, and to the point of seeing both left and right authoritarian aspects of the spectrum kind of try to shut people up. I'm wondering what you guys think about how the response should be when it's a private company platform, and you've got pushback from one end saying that we should force them to abide by American free speech, which is,
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like I think that actually like basically like it's kind of like an issue with like big tech. It's like they basically have like they're basically like tied in a knot, because it's like whenever because it's like they kind of have like a bunch of like legal liabilities and a lot of like all kinds of like funding issues and everything, and like they basically need to abide by like what Congress says. But then if you go to like, if you watch like any kind of congressional hearing, like half both the parties, they like fight each other and they don't even know what they even want to like call for, and then they just hold them accountable for stuff they didn't even actually implement. So it's like I think a lot of that's led to like confusing like tech companies on like what they should or shouldn't do, so then they don't even know what to do, so then they do like silly things like banning whatever. I mean, but it should be regulated like a public utility kind of. I mean, I think like if I were to have like a social network, it would be totally by the First Amendment, but if it's not, then I mean, it's in their right, but it just shouldn't be a good social network.
What about disinformation?
Well, before we get there, can I just add? My question really is, if we are starting to, if we're gonna start compelling companies to abide by whatever government rule using the public utility argument, is that not anti-libertarian?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of saying like in the sense of just like abiding by free speech. To be honest, like maybe I don't have a full understanding of the legal implications of it, but just in general, like it should be kind of treated as like kind of like a public square and something like that. But I guess if a company, if a social network wanted to ban like whatever they wanted to ban, I would say they'd be in their right to do that. But it just would be like, hopefully like a company, hopefully they wouldn't be like unnecessarily forced to ban like offensive things or whatever, kind of which is happening right now by Congress, pretty much.
So let's unpack this a little bit, right? So you say there should be government regulation of it. Are you aware of net neutrality laws?
Yeah, net neutrality laws. I mean, not necessarily a regulation though. Like, I'm not necessarily saying like it should be regulated, like to force free speech. Because like I think that could be problematic. But I'm just saying as a guideline, and it should be kind of made so that a company should be able to do that without other legal implications with Congress.
So if you want any sort of policy, it needs to be underpinned by some sort of legislation. So like there's legislation that underpins the creation of the FDA, which regulates the medical sector and the food and drug sector, right? That their powers stem from specific legislation that senators and congressmen have passed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So net neutrality. Do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
This
it's
is a bit of
net
a trap
neutrality.
question. You support net neutrality because what do you think it achieves?
Well, I mean, the main thing about that is that's kind of just making it so that companies can't just like control they can't just like make it so that they can slow down your internet by making you pay more and everything, and that's just not how the internet really was kind of founded upon. Even though it
So
was actually a regulatory environment that existed when the internet started, it's like you're actually seeing right now that they have like all kinds of like packages where it costs more to get higher speeds, and it's like we should just kind of have technologically like the best speed.
I'm glad you noticed that. Can I? The unfortunate thing is the reasons they gave for net neutrality were false, and I'm glad you noticed that the things that they proposed haven't come into effect. Because if you actually read the legislation, I believe it's called Section 230. What it in effect does is it breaks an age-old tradition, and ultimately the propaganda gets washed up when I get very concerned when people say public utility, because it shows that they are absent the knowledge of the age-old tradition of a public platform versus a private publisher, right? So this has been a long established thing in our law, and specifically to decide who's liable in the case of defamation, which we recognize as an acceptable limitation on speech because it causes undue harm, injury, or loss to another individual.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like net neutrality would actually make it so that people couldn't discriminate against like certain kinds of media.
So what net neutrality, and if like we don't need net neutrality, right? So the age-old tradition was if you're a public platform, and this isn't a public utility description. There are many private businesses like sports stadiums, etc., that operate as a private business, but because of the nature of their business, they operate as a public platform. So, like in the stadium example, because they are a public platform, but they're still a private business. As a public platform, they must uphold the laws of the country. So, no racial discrimination. So they can't only sell tickets to white people, as an example, right? They would be breaking their public platform contraventions. They would contravent the nature of being a public platform, and they would penalties would result. This is why they're public platforms, right? But if I run a restaurant, now this is a private business. My restaurant is not a public platform. I can totally say whites only at the door. It'd be horribly racist of me, but it's my private property, and I can choose to serve who I want.
No, civil rights.
No, I'm trying.
What country is that the case in? Because I'm telling you, they would not allow that anywhere in Europe.
I think he's doing a thought experiment, guys. If you just let him continue.
Yeah.
Hey, do you not believe in discrimination laws?
So discrimination should be. Hold on. This is the case in America, right? And the reason we have a separation between a public platform and well, we have the description of a public platform for certain businesses is because we see with certain businesses they must uphold the rule of law and civil rights, as Nivek keeps jumping in with. But when it comes to private property, my private business, I don't I can be racist if I want, but then people are equally allowed to post that I'm racist and I suffer negative reputation loss. And my hope would be in a free market where we realize that racism is a poor way to go, that if a business chose to be racist, they would very quickly go under, right? I don't see a need for the government to come step in, but that's a separate point. Back to the net neutrality thing.
That was a civil rights movement.
No, wait.
Hold on,
Let's just
hold on, Nivek. So between private publishers and public platforms, there's no need for net neutrality, because if you're a public platform, right, everything that the individual users of your platform say, they are personally legally liable for. So you as a company, to preserve that public platform status, you can't go and say and censor people, because you must observe freedom of speech. You must let, if someone says something inappropriate on YouTube, like, YouTube is not the court, the arbiter of justice. The person that is aggrieved must go to the judicial system with the YouTube videos as evidence to say, this person is defaming me and I want to sue them as a result, and they must work it out in law. Or it's a private publisher, right? And if you're a private publisher, yeah.
Deniability. You've switched something compared to what he said. He did not say that they should be a public platform, but a public square. A public square is not subject to the same responsibilities a public platform would be.
No, you didn't say anything about a public square.
Yes, he did.
I did. I did, yeah.
What do you mean by public square? So I thought you were talking about.
It's a public place where you can say anything you want.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean,
that's called a public platform.
That's
yes.
not a public platform.
So
that's
not
what
a public platform.
then.
Let's not do too much word thinking talking about the difference between a public platform and a public square.
But critically, what Section 230 does.
Yeah. It's very important to be pedantic like that.
But hold on, because of Section 230, Alex Jones can't sue YouTube for censoring him. That's what Section 230
and he shouldn't be able to. He shouldn't be able to. It's not a public square. It's a public square, not a public platform. It's a private company, just like the restaurant. YouTube is just like the restaurant you're talking about. It can censor anybody it wants for any reason.
No,
yes, it is.
YouTube's a private platform.
Let me get to the private publisher. Let me get to the. Hold on, please.
Does not make it a public platform.
That's not me talking. That's not me talking.
So Desire, you asked to clarify a point. You interrupted the other side of the argument. Okay, well, he's gone now. So what I was trying to get to before, I thought you just wanted clarity on public platform stuff, was the opposite is a private publisher. So like the New York Times is a private publisher, and everything that the New York Times says, it is legally liable for. And because that is the fact, it has to, there's an editor of the New York Times that curates what is published by the New York Times. When they publish defamatory stuff, they print apologies and they open themselves up to lawsuits. So between these two sides, you're either one or the other. And this is where I hoped that Desired would have stuck around for, is the private publishing side. You have full right to censor, but then you are legally liable for what is said on the platform. That is the key separation here, and that's what Section 230 obfuscates. It allows YouTube to exist and have whatever said on it, but if something that's said on it violates the laws of America, YouTube is not held legally liable for that. So if they want the right to censor, then they must be held legally liable. Or they go the other route of not censoring, then they're just a public platform or a public square, whatever the right terminology is, then the individual users become legally liable for what they say. And what Section 230 does, it allows YouTube to censor and not be liable, and that's bullshit.
Okay, wait, but like,
I have
could
a
I
question.
respond to that? Where like I would say this, as far as like I would say that like part of the thing about like difference between like the public having a public square kind of and like a public utility is like you would make it so that like there's no legal liability. So it was like the goal of social network could be like having abiding by total free speech laws as they are in the United States, but then not face any kind of legal repercussions. That's generally what I would say. But then beyond that, net neutrality, like for example, let's say you had like a social network about like, you know, whatever it was, or let's say, you know, whatever it was, and like that neutrality would make like not having net neutrality would make it so that they could slow down the speeds and the performance to that site. I mean, would you agree with that?
No, it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's like the Patriot Act, right? It's a play on words. It's not it's not. They call it net neutrality because it allows private business actors to behave in non-neutral ways, as we've seen with YouTube.
Well, that's the ISPs.
In what way?
Private
In what way
companies.
has the government provided a platform for speech to be completely free?
Were you asking me? Or?
Anyone, if anyone can prove that to me, that the government has provided a platform for the public use that is subject the way deniability claims. Where is the government-run and government-funded PBS version of this social media network that allows for all speech?
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Doesn't exist, and therefore, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
It's
because
got
I get
nothing to
muted
do with
once in a while.
government
Okay,
run stuff.
Go ahead, overrun me. Go ahead. Go ahead, deniability. You have more to say.
Desire, you're going to need to calm down a moment there.
Then don't interrupt me when I'm saying things. It's that simple. It's not that difficult.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. The government has not put anywhere in place for the freedom of speech to be upheld no matter what. It is not the same as a physical location because in the digital space, you can have both simultaneously located in the same physical spot. So the analogy to the stadium and the restaurant is useless when it comes to the internet because both can reside in the same physical space. The government needs to set up a social media network that allows for no censoring to happen and stop trying to co-opt the private sector to do its job.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that would be like a good thing because, like, who would want to be on like a government-run social network? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't sound like. I think.
You don't.
I mean,
you are not afforded the right to say it to everybody. You are afforded the right to say it. You don't have the right to be heard by everyone. If your shit isn't popular enough and the only place you can say it is on the government one, that's all you get. But you have the place to say it if you want to. That is all you are afforded the right to say it, not afforded the right to be heard.
well, I'm saying like, let's say on like a private, let's say it was like a quote unquote private like social network. I mean, I'm saying that should abide by the same free speech guidelines too, and shouldn't have basically any kind of legal litigation.
It's a private company. It has its right to set the rules it wants to set. And if it doesn't want to allow that speech, it can end that.
DZ, I've got to counter that. So we've got. I understand that that ideally there should be a place that is protected by free speech laws, and would not allow for, you know, any intruder to that, or anyone you know, stepping on those toes. But I don't know if it's the government's, if it's in our best interest to have the government mandate it. Instead, I would wanna bring up an example that was used for air traffic control systems. That the question was brought up: should this be a for-profit private company, or should it be governed by government bureaucracy, and they decided to find a kind of an in-between solution, because air traffic control systems or air traffic control setups, there's no reason for them to be for profit, given that there should only be one of those for all of the airlines in a given country, and their decision was to make it a not-for-profit private enterprise. And it seems like that model was the best of both worlds. You don't have to mess around with government bureaucracy, and you don't have to compete on the market and for-profit model for an essential service like air traffic control.
So just to get what you said straight, you don't want the government to not censor people.
No, I don't want the government to have access to a uncensored platform, and to me that's just the whole point of
what do you mean?
The whole point of freedom of speech is to make
to have
sure
an uncensored platform.
She don't like the government.
To make sure that there's there will be no negative repercussion to what you say, except through
you are not afforded the right to know repercussion of what you say.
Does that hold on? Let her finish.
So there shouldn't be repercussion for anything that you say within the protection of free speech, except through the arena of battle of ideas or whatever. And
no.
And if the government starts collecting everything that everybody says in one place, uncensored, to me that's just a whole other weapon. And I don't think the government should have that kind of access to information nor control.
You don't have to put anything on the site if you don't want to. You aren't forced to use it. It is an available resource to be used.
But that's the same argument that folks use for when they get kicked off of a private platform.
Yeah, you have that platform to go to, and it's federally mandated, has all your rights. You can say whatever you want, bro. Go ahead. You have that right. You can say it. You don't have the right to be heard.
And you say that doesn't sound like a bad idea, actually. And
can I
provide
some clarity to this whole situation?
If a person's contradicted, they're contradicted. If you have a good thing to say, you can hold your ground. Then hold your ground. If you can't, then everything kind of like. So I see where you're coming from.
So can I? Yeah, I'd like to provide a little bit of maybe a different perspective. Tiny. It might be something that brings people together on the same ideas. When you're talking about public utilities, please don't interrupt. Thanks. When we're talking about public utilities, public platforms, these things kind of overlap. When you're thinking about something like a public utility, okay, that's like the water company that services your city, right? Quite often that's a private company that's granted a monopoly by the government, right? Okay, so I think we can all agree with that quite often a public utility is a private company that's granted some kind of, in this case, in the case of a water company, it's a monopoly. Nobody else is allowed to build water lines to your house except for the local public utility water company. And the government, no, you can't. There's a special protection to a company, and for a specific reason, and the reason is that it's less efficient for everybody, and I think most people would agree that it's less efficient for everybody if we all had to go find different Facebooks so that we could express a wide variety of opinions. So if we had like 12 Facebooks, and okay, if I want to talk about racism, I go to Facebook R. If I want to talk about economics, I go to Facebook E. But anyone that's on Facebook R might get upset about what the people on Facebook E say, so I can't. So I need 12 different Facebooks. Well, that's ridiculous. So
Doctor,
Facebook
can I
is
make a request?
I'll let you. When I'm done, I'll shut up.
Just saying. In this, instead of Facebook R,
hold on.
So the government grants specific immunities and privileges to certain companies that we call public utilities, okay? And that's because it's much less efficient for everybody to have to duplicate the capital resources and the number of businesses and et cetera to provide the same services. So like with the water company, there's a pipeline that takes the water from the lake to your house. You know, there might be 10 lakes that feed that water company, and all those 10 lakes might be independently operated. And you might have one lake that gets poisoned and the water company shuts off the flow from that lake that got poisoned. If a lake gets poisoned and they didn't exercise due care in testing the water, then they're liable for people who get poisoned by their lake, even if it goes through that public pipeline that's a public utility. So there's a complex interaction between public utilities and individual, which may or may not be private, and individual businesses which serve everybody, right? So think about it. Facebook is essentially afforded certain leeways in terms of not being able to be sued for libel because they're acting as a public utility. They're given special privileges by the government. The net neutrality is about the pipeline that goes from all the internet sites to your house, which is it's a separate argument from Facebook, whether Facebook can censor a comment by a poster that violates their terms and services. But there's a pipeline that goes to your house, which is called an internet service provider, right? That's a public utility, 100%, no doubt. Only one ISP line goes to your house, and whether you subscribe to it or not, that's your only choice. Facebook, you can choose not to do it, but they're still provided special exceptions from normal laws because really we don't really need 15 Facebooks in our life. We don't need 15 Twitters. We want just one Twitter where everyone can get on the same Twitter and exercise their freedom of speech.
Maybe we should have more.
Respond at some point.
No, I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, here's how I would think of it. Is like, well, one, as far as the net neutrality thing, that makes it so that, like, let's say there's a certain platform that, you know, might allow more free speech. Let's say like it allowed Alex Jones or whatever it was. Like the ICPs, for whatever reason, could slow down speed and bandwidth to that site, and then not slow it down for other sites. That's what I'm against, and that's what I would actually be. I would believe in like some kind of government intervention to get rid of that, make it all neutral, make it all as best as a good technological infrastructure that could be. But also, as far as like the free speech thing, I wouldn't really call for 12 Facebooks. I would call for a certain legal category where social network companies would be upheld to free speech guidelines and it wouldn't have any ramification or liability to face it. So like sometimes there's questions about like whether I think there was like one of the congressional hearings, it said like that someone like they were kind of implying that that Mark Zuckerberg or Facebook was responsible for preventing like some kind of assassination like overseas and all kinds of stuff. It's like it should really just be like if you are in this kind of category of a social network, you can't ban anything because of speech, only if it's like call for law enforcement or it's not protected under the First Amendment or and it's not as it'll face no liabilities, ramifications. And then there'll be another kind of social network that they can operate totally as a private company where they can discriminate, but you would know very clearly if that's the road that they've chosen. I think that, you know, that would be the solution. You would need 12 Facebooks to accomplish that. Yeah, I'll hear arguments on that. Oh, is anyone there?
Yeah, sorry, I was dealing with Desired. But yeah, sorry, I missed most of that. Does anyone?
So the point deniability, I think, is that there's a pipeline in terms of like ISPs, and they have one set of rules right?
Yeah, no,
but individuals may be transacting with other companies, right? That go through the ISPs, and whether you choose to be public or private as who's selling what to whom across that pipeline determines whether you're treated as a public platform or private publisher.
So if you're publishing stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're either a public platform or private publisher. You have no choice between the two. Well, you can choose one or the other, but all it is a legal definition of who is liable based on what is said on your platform. Either it's a public platform and you uphold freedom of speech and all the civil rights and the law, or it's a private partnership. And in a private partnership, you can not private publisher. In the case of being a private publisher, then you can censor everything, but then you're legally liable for everything that comes out of your platform. You're either one or the other. Net neutrality creates this additional thing where it
No,
disallows.
so the clarification that I brought is that the net neutrality is about the pipeline between the publisher or platform and the individual. That pipeline must be neutral. It can't favor private company A versus private company B in terms of how much they charge or how much bandwidth they're allowed to transmit through the pipeline.
Yeah, but my understanding, and look, I could be wrong, is that this legislation simultaneously allows Facebook to censor on its platform and not be held legally liable for that censorship, which is wrong because it is a public platform, but it publishes media, so it's either public platform or it's a private partnership and a private publisher. And right now it is a publisher that is censoring content. That is what an editor does. When you do this, you become a private publisher and you are now legally liable for everything that is published on your platform. But this is not the case. So
what if there's communication where people are getting killed?
Like that's not protected under the First Amendment.
So that is where this topic is really interesting, right? So this is where you see the crony corruption. Is the problem with YouTube? And this is a real problem. Is that next video suggestion, their search algorithm, it tends to tunnel people. And you could like start at something fairly innocent, but because somebody watched something slightly more to the right, and they watched that video that had nothing to do with politics, you are now recommended that. Then you watch that, and then you progressively get more to the right or more to the left, and it has this polarizing effect and this distortion of reality because people trust it as a public platform basically. But because of that next video suggestion, you get this tunneling and this indoctrination, and we do see disastrous outcomes of that. Let alone America and the censorship in Africa as a result of this phenomena, we've seen homophobia, actual homophobia, not insults, but like people being killed because they're gay as a result of this this tunneling effect. And it's quite perverse, right? But here's the thing. The right way to deal with that problem is to address the search algorithm. But if they address the search algorithm in any worthwhile way, they are now losing money. So they don't want to change the search engine. This is their baby. This is the bang for their buck. This is how they keep you locked into their platform, right? So they don't want to change it and be responsible with that. Why do that when you can just lobby the government for special legislation that allows you to break the rule of being a private publisher so that you can try fix this problem that's resulting in negative outcomes by censoring people. And I'd say in the case of like places where like in Africa and third world countries where it's leading to actual violence, it's a worthwhile endeavor. But
can I say one thing? So it's like a balance.
The same mechanism is being it's misfiring in a developed country like America, and it's misfiring by censoring people that shouldn't be censored. And
Yeah,
that's the dangerous part of it.
It's an echo chamber versus being
echo chamber.
open.
You mean echo chamber?
Yeah, echo. Sorry, echo chamber versus being very open. You want to kind of like, and it's not good to. I don't believe in the censoring, but then again, you have echo chambers where people are radicalized. So I guess maybe there's kind of like a certain balance you have to strike. Maybe I'm not really sure. Okay, maybe if you're very open and everybody is like what DZ was talking about, an open platform where everybody engages. There's no safe space. You know what I mean? You say something, and that's how come I don't like comments being taken down, or if it's extremely open. You know what I mean? Everybody's in the same arena. There's no echo chamber. Whatever somebody says, something can be contradicted, and you just have to deal with it. It's not like a confirmation bias echo chamber of everybody just saying whatever they want, vile things, and there's no type of opposite viewpoint. Maybe like having a government website that is open to say whatever the heck you want with no safe space. And if you say something, somebody can contradict you, and you just have to, you kind of have to deal with it. You don't have any confirmation bias echo chamber, because that's and you can't take down comments or anything like that. Everything is out there.
Well, the problem with that though is government having a government site would sacrifice the innovation of the private sector. That would so it'd be very like boring site kind of in terms of like how it would be designed and created.
So you want to get in there?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, you can say you can have an open platform where people can say what they want. But if someone just wants to leave insults and you say, well, don't take their comment, they're allowed to say it. They can just leave insults. So you might try and rationally and logically challenge what they're saying. But if they just want to leave insult after insult after insult, well, what's the point of that? That's what usually happens in these.
They didn't prove anything with an insult.
But it doesn't matter. They don't need to prove anything. It's their freedom to say what they want. They're not there necessarily to prove anything to you. They're there to go in their monologue and express themselves. And if you don't like it, well, tough. That's what usually happens.
And a rational person will more lean to rational argument than an insult.
Yeah, but I'm saying in the real world, that's not what happens. That doesn't happen on Discord or happen on other platforms. People just come in, just say all the horrible stuff they want. You then try and be this rational person, and they just respond with more insults. It's their freedom to say that.
Actually, first of all, that's anecdotal, and second of all, I can contradict that with my own anecdotes.
Yeah, well, anecdotes aren't bad. I mean, why are you talking as if anecdotes are not acceptable? We're talking about real life here.
I'll give you an anecdote that contradicts that. Then, personally, when I'm on other Discords and I hear people making emotional arguments, aka insults, I generally don't like agreeing with them. I lean more towards the person who is rational and calm with their argument.
Yeah, but that's not the point. Do they stop with their insults?
I don't care. I want more insults. They insult me even harder. You can break a person down more with rationality than an insult.
Once you start insulting your opponent, you've lost the argument. Most people are going to see that you don't have anything useful to say at that point.
Yeah, but they still have the right to stay there.
You're a good thing. I like the insulter.
I think the 2016 version of Facebook was actually pretty productive, where they would direct things to you that you would interact with, right? If you organize the world so that you don't actually censor anybody, but you just let people block things that really triggers them, and let people interact with things that they want to interact with, and the idea space can organize itself in a way that people don't get really too upset, and nobody's really all that offended. But there's going to be some people in the middle that can interact with both sides and really really productively change the ideas across the spectrum. But most people, I'd say 90% of people, can really only interact with people that are kind of close to them on what their ideas were in the first place.
Listen.
So you're going to end up with like a left brain and a right brain, but it could really all be still on one platform.
Listen, this is already being done right now in public, where cameras are everywhere and videos are everywhere, where a person is completely irrational and they just say nasty, vile things, and they're reasonable, and the society just they end up not being ostracized from society. So
yeah, they become a meme.
If you want to say like, oh, you dumb retarded crippled child, ha ha ha, you know what I mean, and you're being on camera, I'll be like, go say more of that, please. I want to hear more. Like, what horrible more thing can you say? I'd love to hear.
Do you remember that triggered feminist who was really fat? He became that meme. It was like, I can't remember.
Trigglypuff.
Trigglypuff. Yeah, that's a prime example of it.
So I'll say, please insult more. I'm crippled. I'm my son's retarded. Please lay at it. And
it's not what I'm saying is it's not bad. It's not bad for nobody to get censored, right? But some people are going to get super offended and they don't want to see certain kinds of content. And the AI can sort out.
They'll be ostracized.
No, I'm talking about a person who wants to not see certain kinds of content. Certain kinds of content. Let's just say if you're a pacifist, right, and there's content on the platform that shows people's heads being blown off by shotguns, you're gonna like block that, right? The AI can say, okay, don't show that to the person that doesn't want to see people's heads being blown off by shotguns, right? So that person can be insulated as much as they want.
Extreme.
Well, it's not really, because I mean, there's all kinds of content on the internet that that a lot of people don't want to see. And if you want to go on Facebook, now Facebook doesn't necessarily have to keep military people from showing their kills in battle, but it certainly should insulate someone that doesn't want to see kills in battle from seeing kills in battle, right? So AI can absolutely say, okay, I'm going to block all this kind of content from that person because that person doesn't want to see it. But that doesn't mean you have to cancel someone who does want to see it.
Are we making the distinction between between the fact that that whatever platform we can have an AI direct what content we see or don't see is not the platform that will inform us? Because that's the only danger that I would see to that. If we rely on that platform to stay informed, to remain, up to date with what's going on, then it shouldn't have that form of opt-in, opt-out.
So you're saying we should weed out bullshit?
No.
I mean, there's so much out there though that has such a wide variety of information that I don't want to see. My wife doesn't want to see certain things, and I want to see certain things that she doesn't want to see, and she wants to see things that I don't want to see. And it's like, we can all keep up on current events without seeing things that we really know in advance that we don't want to see before we see them.
Right, but let's imagine applying that to cable TV. Show me CNN. Show me everything on CNN except when they, provide explicit images from wherever in the world. Would that not just, isn't that just permission for ignorance?
What's wrong with that?
I suppose, but I feel like if it's I don't know, it can go both ways. it's kind of the sweet spot between making sure there's no such thing as forced propaganda, which is, you know, one edge of that sword, and also there isn't like willfully I don't know, is there something wrong with like willful ignorance? Is there not something wrong with that?
No, I mean, you're saying let people see everything without it being censored. Is that what you're talking about? Just so I understand. Is that what you mean, Rouge?
Yeah, that's one extreme of it.
Yeah. I understand. If somebody's going to go down the road of saying that, you know, people shouldn't be censored, content shouldn't be censored, then yeah, they should agree. When it's like filming the news, if you see someone's head get blown off, then yeah, that shouldn't be censored. You can't pick and choose. If you're for this, I want to be able to see everything, I don't want anything censored, then yeah, you should agree to that. You can't pick and choose when you want to be allowed to see stuff that you like. Yeah, you see everything, all warts and all, everything. Yeah, if you go down that road, yeah, I understand what you're saying. So if there's a bomb strike in Israel, if there's a bomb strike where they launch a drone missile at some guy who they think is part of a terrorist group, and you see people running to the car after it's been exploded and they're pulling out this burnt body, yeah, that should be shown on the news. You don't cut it out. That's real. That's the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't select a subset of users who have chosen not to opt into that information to cut it out. That's where I see it going.
I think the cable TV model is really, you subscribe to a channel. You subscribe to a channel, Home and Garden Television. You're not going to see someone's head get blown off, right?
Right.
A person can just turn on just that channel that they want to watch. So I think it's absolutely legitimate to channelize all the different kinds of information based on what people's preferences are, or you make it. You got HGTV. It's about people buying houses and planting plants.
You just reminded me of something. So let's say on that channel where people are planting plants and it's being filmed and everyone's happy, and the guy makes a mistake and he cuts one of his fingers off whilst he's doing something. Should they be allowed to keep showing the blood spurting out, or should they just turn the camera away, in your opinion?
Depends on the channel, who owns the channel, and what do they want to show to their customers.
Okay.
Right? If you're in a if it's an MTV situation where most of the 99% of the time it's unshocking stuff, and then 1% of the time it's a tiny bit shocking, that might be okay. But if it's HGTV, people expect stuff that's highly curated so that they can leave it on TV in a doctor's office, and a kid that's sitting there isn't going to get disturbed.
Fair enough. I mean, with what you're saying here, there's from what I've heard from what you're saying, there is a consistency from your point of view, which I don't disagree with, because you're not saying that every little thing should be seen. So I can't really disagree with what you're saying from your point of view. My point was really for those who want everything there, but then they wanted to pick and choose with certain imagery. And I was like, well, that's inconsistent. But I don't, yeah.
Across the whole spectrum of channels on cable TV, everything is there. From porn to violence to religion to philosophy to economics, like super dry comedy. There's a channel for every different point of view.
Not really. Not really. I mean, you don't have a channel allowing people to promote pedophilia, which is not such a far-fetched idea, because in the 70s in the UK, there used to be a group, I can't remember, Pi Exchange, the Pedo or something exchange, where they did have freedom for a short period to publicly kind of talk about what they were about.
So I can qualify that and say everything that's legal to show.
Okay, legal to show. Okay, fine.
Everything that's legal to show is on cable TV right now, and there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The cable TV, the cable company is a essentially government sponsored utility, right? It's a monopoly that's granted to a single company in a given area, and they're not that cable company is not liable for any damages that a publisher might cause on somebody that ends up watching that content.
But would they? So you wouldn't be in favor of people having the freedom to campaign publicly to have something which is illegal become legal? You wouldn't like that?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. So marijuana, for example, right? It's illegal right now in most places in the U.S. People have campaigned to make marijuana legal. There's been cable TV specials about how it became illegal in the first place and why that was wrong. And I'm not against that at all.
Okay, fine. Yeah. It's just that it's like, metaphorically speaking, it's like a Pandora's box. Once you open it, there's a whole bunch of other things that's going to come out. So it's going to be difficult to pick and choose because everyone's going to start claiming, if these people have the right to do it, why shouldn't I have the right to say or do what I want and make that legal? So it's like, how do people then choose which ones you allow and which ones you don't allow?
I think on the social media platform, everybody picks and chooses which things they allow and which things they don't allow to be seen by their own selves. Like you block the content you don't want to see, and you like the content that you like, and the AI algorithm sorts out.
So I just want to try to steer this a little bit back to topic, because we tunneled pretty hard on the one specific type of libertarianism. Rouge raised something earlier that I didn't think got a fair response from the room. She was talking about air traffic control towers and how the air needs to be managed and regulated. Clearly, there's a demand for it, and that demand was met from a private market actor in the means of the NPO. And I just wanted to add to that point, and maybe we could take the conversation in that direction. When I argue against government regulation of the private sector, it's key to understand it's not an argument against regulation in itself. It's an argument against government specifically performing the regulation. The air traffic controls seems to be a very important function that, if you got wrong, would lead to the death of people. And that doesn't happen. And I would argue that NPO structure is critical to that, because it's absent the government inefficiencies. Similarly, so people go, "Oh, what about the FDA?" In reality, the highest standard we have in medicine is a private one. The medical bar is an NPO run by medical professionals. It's got no government regulate. It's not government. It's an entirely private market regulation. So there's many case evidences of where the government isn't regulating, the private market has stepped in to serve the demand of the public. Because just because the government's not doing it doesn't mean like quality assurance goes away. It's just we seem to focus in on like medicine and these things like they're somehow different, when I think fundamentally they're not really. And as it pertains to libertarianism, we need to get the government out of these sectors. And it's not to say that I don't want an FDA. I just don't want a government-run FDA. I think an NPO FDA would be far more effective and would be far more respectable and do a far better job. So it's just key to understand that just because I'm against government regulation doesn't mean I'm against some form of regulation. It's just I recognize that the government's really shit at doing it.
Yeah, but you have bad people, bad actors that can do things, man. You that are crony.
Well,
everywhere we have private market regulators, they are doing fantastic jobs. Everywhere we have public government regulators, they are failing left, right, and center.
People would do things in their own interests if you just say,
Yes. And when
you take government out of it, government have to govern everybody over everybody.
No. Self-interest exists regardless of the platform, or regardless of the milieu, of the area which you find yourself in. And
no, just saying, government have to have the well-being of everybody at heart.
No, it doesn't.
You can't just have them be subjected. You can't just
No, that's a given. That's like a something that, first off, it cannot be proven true, because self-interest.
Be careful what you wish for, because somebody might be in a position that might do
I'll
you,
Nivik,
or you want the government to help
finish.
you.
Nivik, let it finish, and then you can go after.
So to say that that the government has our self-interest at heart is inaccurate, because self-interest self-interest exists regardless of where you find yourself, private, non-profit, government, wherever. There can be corruption on each of these levels, but what we have observed is that on the governing level, the amount of power that is simply provided to those who govern is much more likely to corrupt them than in any other sector. So yes, they should have our best interest at heart, but they actually never do. And we can see this just by looking at the result of a lot of policies that have been implemented. Most horrific of them, I think, would be the Patriot Act. That hasn't shown anything for its efforts.
Yeah, Rogue, I would say I totally agree with you there. It's important when we're analyzing government, I think, to look at the moral foundation of the government and understand, what this current power structure values with regards to moral decision making. And I actually think that candidates and parties should be much more forward about what their actual moral foundation is, and how that mechanism will manifest itself with regards to the various decisions that are going to be made.
I'd like to understand more about this idea of the private sector would be doing the regulation, since the government would take a step back. So if I give like a real world example, in the UK, they had problems with drones. People were flying drones really close to like aircrafts, and people were worried this would cause a major accident. And so in the end, the government got involved with laws, regulations. So in that kind of instance, how would the private sector do it if the government didn't do it? I'm curious. In a libertarian world, what would happen to then decide, regulate the use of drones? I'd like to know.
Can I just answer that really quickly, and then I'll let anybody else step in, because I don't think I have a full answer, but maybe a partial one. When it comes to how well you can regulate behavior for common good, to implement that well, there needs to be some sort of incentive to implement it well. And what we've seen in a lot of civil servant jobs is that it's really, really hard to get rid of them when they're not performing well. So there's this job security that makes it so that any form of work or regulation implemented by the government doesn't have essentially, if somebody fucks up, they're not going to get fired. And that idea does not exist in the private sector. So if we look at the one regulation, one implemented by government, the other one by private sector, one done well on either side, good for them. If both of them fuck up, then you've got a business that's actually going to suffer as a result, versus a civil servant that's going to continue working on something else because it's impossible to fire them.
See, people can do things for their self-interest that could hurt society, and where the government steps in, and the government is elected by the people. So to say that they're just to screw the people, they represent the people by elections.
Civil servants are not elected by the people. They're hired by. Well, actually, I don't know how it is in the U.S.
By family members in the U.S.
Yeah, well, they're hired by folks that
people are elected in the U.S.
Yeah, which kind of still goes back to that question I asked. So if we look at the private sector, how would I as an individual be able to hold them accountable for, say, the drones and get them to regulate? I don't know how I'd be able to do that, or people would be able to do that. How could we do that in a libertarian world? That's what I'm trying to understand. Or libertarian country, sorry.
So I can give you an example from the power sector or from the energy sector, as you know, if you think about petroleum.
Yes,
that's sort of a libertarian viewpoint on it. In the absence of government regulation, there's a group of people that have come together across all of the power companies in the U.S. that are, you know, many of them are public utilities that are funded by, you know, government granted monopolies, but nevertheless they're acting in those private companies' best interests. And one of the societies is called the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and they get together quite often with all of the best and brightest mechanical engineers, who are all coming together in their own best interests to learn from each other, and they come up with a code, which, you know, if you follow the code, is going to ensure that, for example, a pipeline that's filled with steam doesn't explode. So if you look back in the 1930s, there were all kinds of steam pipelines that exploded. The mechanical engineers, in the absence of government, got together and said, okay, how thick does this pipe need to be? How often does it need to be inspected, etc. And now we have a standard called ASME B31.1, which is the code of power piping, which governs how you shall build and maintain pipelines that are filled with steam in the power generation industry. This is not anything to do with government, but it's something that you can buy for $35. You can buy a copy of that code, and you can apply it if you live in Saudi Arabia or if you live in California. And that's everybody acting in their own self-interest in the absence of government. And now the government can come by and say, and in many states they have said that you must follow, if you're going to build a power plant, you have to follow ASME B31.1. And many states have said if you, there's a parallel set of standards for refineries, for petroleum refineries, called the American Petroleum Institute, API, and they have a whole, you can't read them all in your whole life if you try to read all the sets of standards. But there are some states that have said if you build a refinery, you have to follow the API standards, right? So the people acting in their own self-interest have made things that actually work to control losses and to control, to make sure that whoever follows them is gonna be better off, but without government interference.
Thanks. So I listened a lot to what you said. You mentioned the API, the American Petroleum Institute, and you mentioned the American Mechanical Engineers.
Yeah, ASME.
Yeah, and you mentioned the things that they did, which is nice to hear from. But I was curious, did they do that because people wanted them to do that, or did they do that just because through their knowledge they decided to do it? Because I'm happy that they noticed that, but I'm curious, how does the customer, the client, do it? Because I have a basic idea how they would do it. If the government's responsible, people always protest or they try and vote for someone who give them what they want. But I'm curious, with how would the person be able to do that with the private organization or the board? How could they convince them to make changes for the safety?
So I'm sort of confused about it myself. I'm a member of some of these societies that it's just people like me that have a career and we're trying to get ahead. So we join the society of other people that are smarter than us to share knowledge, right? And if you end up getting in that society, you end up advancing your career, and you're expected to write, academic papers and do public presentations on what you've learned, and everybody in the whole world learns from it, right? So there's no government that says I have to go and write a paper on air-cooled condenser corrosion, but that's what I'm doing this month for to present to all of the power utilities in the U.S. next month. Like there's no government says I have to do it. There's no. I don't know why I'm motivated to do it, but I'm free to do it, and I feel like it's the right thing to do.
See, this is the main underlying current about with freedom, right? Is doesn't matter what society you make, you're gonna have hierarchies. You're gonna have social order and social structure, and when those hierarchies are not predicated on freedom, then they seem to trend towards dysfunction. When those hierarchies are predicated on freedom, and people freely associate with responsibility and duty and whatever they want to do with their lives, then you fundamentally get a much bigger impact.
America's a check and balance democracy.
You say you don't know why. Hold on a bit, Dr. Little. You say you don't know why you're motivated to do it, but the important thing is you freely choose to do it. And if we have a free society, the people that want to solve whatever problems, they will do so of their own volition. And I would argue that it's the only way to solve problems. So if we have a problem society that remains as yet unsolved, it's probably because not enough people have sought to solve that problem, or it's tremendously difficult. We just need more commitment. But I see no way of forcing people to think of something that hasn't been thought of. I maintain that it needs to be gravitated towards through natural curiosity that is best expanded in the endeavor of freedom.
Yeah, to add to that, back to the question about how would we regulate the height of drones flying and make sure that they don't just simply regulate their heights. Why would it be more effective for a very small group of people in government to put some regulation together and enforce it on the rest? Why would that be more effective than having the community ask themselves that same question and freely go to experts? Because that seems to be a problem around where I am, not with drones, but with healthcare. There's this refusal to step outside the elected government to ask the important COVID related questions, and they keep the decision making circle really small, and they don't consult experts. And something that's free for anyone to engage on, wouldn't that solve the problem more effectively?
The government's for the benefit of other people, though. You don't want anybody to get too big and be rogue. That will harm the people.
That's a tendency in government.
Just to build on what Nivek said in regards to your question, Rouge. Number two, it's a lot easier to look for the authorities in order to discuss, say, the drones. Whereas if you were talking about private experts, the average person wouldn't know. And even if, say, they did know, the private experts could come together, but they couldn't implement a law. And the law has power. Whereas the government would implement a law saying, right, these are the regulations. People can no longer do this with drones. Could those experts in the libertarian world, would they have the power to then implement a law so as to make sure people would abide to them with the drones? Or could people just say, I don't care what those experts say, I'm still going to fly my drone the way I want to. I have the freedom to do so. This is the thing I need to know in that libertarian world. Can those experts have the power to stop people abusing the use of drones?
Yeah, and I actually don't have a direct answer to that. I think it'd be important to think it through. But just to add to respond to what Nivek was saying about how government is made up of people and is elected by the people. That may be true, but they have then the liberty to or the option to close their doors and to do whatever it is that they wish without consulting experts. And if we're facing the option between a small group of people deciding for us versus letting experts decide, then I would choose the latter, even though I don't exactly know how a decision made by experts would be implemented.
No, I'm saying that they're elected by people that have to have their interests at heart, and you can't have something that would impose on them in a negative way in regulating that thing. You know, you don't want something to grow in a harmful way, in a monopolizing way that isn't the beneficial good for everybody, for society. So, you know, that's when government would step in, because they have people who are just don't, you know, the whole point of the nation is what's best for it, and some folks don't think like that, and that's how come you have to pull them in or break them up or whatever. I mean,
I'm also convinced that this is a problem that is only encountered outside of government. Yes, there are people who have, you know, who are motivated by self-interest only, and they exist in every place, in every sector of
like
society.
you don't want Walmart to be everything, you know. And if it had its chance, it would do that and stomp on folks. And
I don't think so, Nivek. Like yes, there are people like that, but when they try to make those moves, they often fall and crumble. The wise man keeps competition alive. Bill Gates very famously kept Apple alive at a critical moment where Apple could go bankrupt, and he did it because the long-term game was his own self-interest. And when you're describing people that are
some people ain't that smart.
But that's the thing. When you're describing people that are purely self-interested, all you're really describing is someone's time horizon on their self-interest is very short, right? And the people that get to the top of these hierarchies, these competency-based hierarchies, they're often the people that play the long game. They're the people who are smart, whose time horizon on their selfishness is decades into the future, right? Like you take a man like Elon Musk, his self-interest payoff on everything that he's doing is literally decades into the future. He's trying to colonize Mars. You know, he might arguably be even thinking a couple generations into the future.
Listen, this is a check and balance ideology government of not one thing getting too big and you have to rein it in. You know, it's of the people and rule in a democratic republic. I mean, and republic rule of rules and laws, where you balance those things for people's interest. Of the people, they vote for their interests, and rules and laws is regulated in a just way. So you know, so so you have a balance, a check and balance system of power, with the whole goal of nothing getting too big. That's because that was the America belief in the past, was you can't be for one thing or this thing or anything in particular. It's a check and balance system, so something can't get too big and grow with absolute power and then crap on everything.
Nivek, you keep coming back to this talking point. We're not talking about government checks and balances unless you're going to somehow relate that back to libertarianism. So you're either arguing against libertarianism and arguing for like government regulation of some sort, and you want to make an argument along those lines, or you're arguing for libertarianism and like what that means to you. So far, it just seems like you're bringing back a usual talking point that you keep rehashing. If we could stay away from straying too far off topic.
Wait, hold on. I think there's still something that we can take a look at, especially when it comes to monopolies. So I think that's an important question. How in a unregulated, or no, sorry, not unregulated, but non-government regulated free market, how would that address a monopoly? Is it desirable to address a monopoly? Is it do we see a problem with the fact that news agencies are owned by, you know, a very tiny pocket of private companies? Is that something?
Yeah, no oligopoly, for example.
Yes, yeah. So monopoly and oligopoly allow for cooperation and collusion. And there's two parts to that. One is the government regulation of industries. It entrenches monopoly because now you need licenses to operate, and that goes a long way to falsely increasing barriers to entry. But I think your question is more along the lines of just a company falsely increasing barriers to entry by dropping their prices or some sort of abusive anti-competitive practice. So to give you a good example of why, and maybe this is limited by form. So if I look at Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola is obviously the world's soft drinks, leading soft drinks manufacturer, and they literally dominate everything. But in South Africa, there's this guy who started something called Kingsley's Cola. Now, very interestingly, he can sell his cool drinks at between 50 to 70% of Coca-Cola's prices, to the point where Coca-Cola in South Africa has now become known as a premium brand. And they've been hurt quite severely in sales, and Kingsley's been gaining market share because they've been able to replicate a lot of the Coca-Cola flavors, and they're able to do it cheaper, and people are just swapping to the cheaper thing as the economy is getting more and more difficult. So the thing about a free market is, yeah, companies can get too big, but what we see very broadly happening is once a company gets so big that it starts to bring in government level bureaucracy, and you have internal departments that are no longer profit incentive seeking. They're more bureaucratic in nature. They're given budgets, often like governments are given budgets, and that creates an unnecessary layer of expense on top, to the point where Coca-Cola in South Africa can't compete with Kingsley Cola. They can't drop their prices to any worthwhile thing for long enough to destroy the market share because they're too top heavy. They have too much bureaucracy, and they need that bureaucracy to run a multinational, super large organization like they do. So, long story short, yes, you can get monopolies, but they tend to be less responsive to market forces over time, and that lack of lack of ability to respond to markets shifting and changing allows for new entrants to enter the market.
Oh, I see that comes with its walls to grow too large.
No, that sounded nice, but it sounds more like a theory. Is there like practice where we have
that? I just gave you a real world example. How do you mean theory?
Yeah, but I mean
beverages versus Kingsley Cola.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm saying what the government did was bad. I'm not saying that state-run stuff is brilliant, but if
the government had nothing to do with that. The question Rouge asked was, what happens when companies become so large they monopolize and they start buying out competition, etc., and so on, and they control.
I'm not following you. Deniability on my talking point. What do you mean by saying I was on a talking point?
I wasn't responding to you because you rehash and go off topic. I was responding to a question Rouge asked.
She was talking about I said the government. She's talking about the government. And I said the government that represents the people.
No, she said a critique of capitalism is you seem to get this aggregation towards monopoly as companies get bigger and bigger. And she was asking, if there's no government regulation, what is the check and balance that's going to keep one company from monopolizing to the point where they take over the world? And my response to that was a case example, not theoretical, of how Coca-Cola Beverages has interacted with Kingsley Cola in South Africa. Kingsley Cola being a small to medium-sized business that's highly flexible and able to plug the gaps in the market. Coca-Cola being the massive entity with a huge bureaucracy of inefficiency that raises their price and prevents them from being able to respond flexibly to market forces, leaving natural gaps for Kingsley Cola to fill. And because Kingsley Cola is gaining market share and destroying Coca-Cola's market share, this is my example of how free market competition combats too much monopoly power.
No, I was referring to my check and balance comment. Like
no, I was answering.
When I was mentioning rules.
Answering Rouge's question.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
When I was talking about you say I always go back to check and balance this talking point. It has to do with the conversation. When I was saying rules on one side.
I just want to ask if Rouge understood that answer. If she had anything she wanted to come back on that, and then you can go.
No, I got the answer, and it was Nivek that inspired that question in me because of the whole check and balance comment. So it brought up the idea that there is a problem with companies growing too large, and the fact that we do have government regulation at the moment and it is still a problem shows that perhaps we're not solving it in the right way. But there's another side to this is in cases where in order for innovation or for effective service to be provided, sometimes in a certain sector you have no choice but to monopolize that service. And I'm thinking about things like insurance and space exploration. These things are so costly that if you had 20 actors in that sector, nothing would happen.
Okay, so like, what if the horse and buggy industry took out technological innovation in transportation because it didn't want any competition? You think that'd be good for society?
Except
it would certainly be
Rolls Royce. But Rolls Royce.
It just decimated them. It took them out.
No. Rolls Royce was a horse and buggy manufacturer. Many of the horse and buggy manufacturers became automobile manufacturers because there's new technology within the industry. The people that lost out from that whole thing were the horse farmers and the horse breeders. So not quite accurate there. Yeah.
Well, my point is cronyism is what all I'm saying. I'm saying hypothetically, and they do have cronies in capitalism that does things like that, and they're to be addressed.
I don't think the word cronyism is anything but a pejorative.
Because if we elaborate on what Nivek mentioned and what deniability you're talking about, you talked about the buggies and the car companies, fine. But then what happened was these people were then driving like maniacs down these roads, which weren't really designed for cars, almost causing accidents with people and buggies. And then who was called in to then draw up the way people are supposed to regulate themselves on the road? It wasn't the private companies.
So you missed the introduction. The type of libertarianism that I think works quite well, and we see much evidence for this, is an economic definition of a separation of where the state should and should not act. If it's a public good, which is non-rivalrous and non-excludable, then the government has a business taxing the public and providing that service. If it is a private good, i.e. rivalrous and excludable, then it's going to it's best that the private sector does that. As it pertains to roads are a public good because they are non-rivalrous and non-excludable, and the measure to which each of us benefit from a road network cannot be accurately defined. Hence, it's a public good.
So when they put in certain countries, when they like charge people to go on those roads, is that public or private in certain countries?
That's
like a toll on a road, like a toll on a road.
By the way, there is a society for other competition to have the horse and buggy industry have to advance into something else other than just horse and buggies. It drove competition to have them to change whether they like it or not.
Nivek, the same people that are making horse and buggies just made automobiles. All that changed for them was the engine.
Because you had the society of competition of others being there to have people have to evolve, to change, to have to get into other things in order to compete as a good thing. But you can't have just one person just
do that. Capitalism tends to innovate when you have competition. That's why we like competition.
Not always, no.
No, competition is always good. It's how you get
well,
the
if
best
you take it
results.
out and you don't have it, and you can sell, one thing. It didn't. I'm saying that as a hypothetical. What if it did that?
You're hypothetically arguing for a lack of competition. I'm saying no, lack of competition is bad. Competition is good.
No,
I don't see how
I
you
just said a hypothetical. What if they did that?
Wait, hold on.
Well,
I think I know.
that wouldn't be competition, would it?
That would be a bad thing.
I've already said that. Lack of competition is a bad
thing. It's like a track meet where only one team is allowed to show up.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
it's like the Olympics, and only the U.S. is allowed to be there.
Yeah, Nivek I think is trying to say that in a context of a monopoly, there is no competition, and that's where things may stagnate. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, bad for society.
The problem I see...
Monopolies aren't legally enforced, though, so another company can come up and compete with the current monopoly.
The system that we have now...
Depends how they use their money, their power.
The system we have now, in every single industry where we see monopoly and oligopoly, there's government licensing, there's government regulation of some sort, entrenching that monopoly and oligopoly and preventing systems from self-correcting.
All those things you're for is what the United States was created off of. It was created off of people having equality, freedom, and justice. It bred all of those things. If the past had its way of elites, monarchs, and nobles, it wouldn't have existed. That's why there's the American Revolution, to stop all those things that you're for.
What? Nivek, did you seriously just say that the American Revolution was fought to stop all the things that I am arguing for?
Yeah, it was for equality, freedom, and justice for all, and against elitism, entitled nobles and monarchs that are of wealth, that had systems set in a way to keep power and to keep wealth.
Just because people are free doesn't mean you have no social hierarchy. You're always going to have a social hierarchy. There's always going to be an elite. Accept it. Move on.
America is secular. Check off of check and balance of a democratic, of majority rule, and of
and
rules
they have
of
a hierarchy.
It's a balanced system. It didn't create it. It was created so there wouldn't be one power to abuse, to get too big and to crap on people.
You're conflating topics again, and I thought we went through this ad nauseum the previous a couple nights ago. You keep conflating different things. Like,
so what's American? I mean, that like the president is representative of the people.
What let me approach it this way. What does this have?
What's that
hierarchy in relation to what we were talking about?
Well, you mentioned hierarchy, and I was just saying that the president represents the people. He's not a king. He's not a monarch.
I mentioned hierarchy.
A monarchy is a hierarchy
because you mentioned elitism, and you mentioned elitism because you said that was an example of what I was arguing for. Did I get that wrong? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you said that
because in the past,
regardless, that's what you said. Deniability. You said so your social hierarchies exist regardless. So it would also exist in your libertarian world.
And slavery.
Yes.
So it would exist in your libertarian world. And then there's the other thing you mentioned, which is the discussion of the public good and the private good. Well, that becomes subjective. Who gets to decide what is the public good and the private good? Well, I don't know. You can address that later. The first thing, I guess, is what Nivek's talking about, that whole social hierarchy thing.
So I've been sitting here all evening talking about libertarianism and how people need to be left the fuck alone to do whatever they see fit with their lives. And then Nivek just said that I'm arguing for some sort of monarchism. And I'm very confused by that statement.
That's the road you're going down.
But you admit how? You said.
Hold on. Nivek, how?
By people having to impose their power and corrupt way against society's well-being.
I'm specifically arguing against
that. That's how monarchism was created in the first place.
No, but Nivek, I'm arguing we should not be using governmental power to force private citizens to conduct their business affairs in any way.
The government represents the people.
I don't know how that relates to what you're claiming here. Can you?
People elect the government. The government does things on the people's well-being.
Okay, so are you arguing for morality by majority?
I think Nivek is arguing that individual sovereignty is subject to a higher government sovereignty.
Of the people, democratic and republic rules and laws for the benefit of the people. Of what's what's best for them.
Okay. So Nivek, stay with me here. We agreed earlier that a justice system was a public good. It clearly benefits everyone in a non-rivalrous and non-excludable way. And also, when I laid out the definition, it's not subjective. I can go looking for it. I think go check out the Investopedia website. Type in public goods.
What if the post office became private? What do you think of that?
Nivek, hold on. There's a definition there. That definition is what I'm telling you. Public good is non-rivalrous and non-excludable. A private good is rivalrous and excludable. And the reason we have these definitions in economics is because we've noticed certain behavioral characteristics, and economists have sought to describe these behavioral characteristics with the ultimate aim of turning them into mathematical equations to predict human behavior. And we found this distinction between a public good and a private good to be very useful in terms of figuring out how these goods best function. Private goods maximizing quality and minimizing price when they're under private market production and regulation. Public goods maximize when they're under state-run regulation.
Okay.
And
you said
you make the argument something is non-rivalrous and non-excludable, which you can with roads, and people are talking. I think Dr. Doolittle was talking about internet infrastructure. You can certainly make those arguments. Therefore, I got no problem with the government jumping into that space.
Yeah.
I only have a problem when they jump in to the private space, because it leads to the cronyism and the monopoly and the oligopoly Nivek is highlighting is bad. And we agree. So I'm still lost as to
where social hierarchies will exist regardless. Get over it. Yeah. Those were the words, paraphrasing. So if social hierarchies will still exist, what exactly, for someone like me who is not 100% in favor of like the current government-based system, what is the attraction for me for the libertarian thing if they're going to be these kind of corrupt social hierarchies anyway? In that, what exactly am I looking for?
No, that's what I'm arguing against. I'm saying when you have any sort of hierarchy that's predicated on anything but freedom, you will get some sort of corruption. I can't tell you what specific corruption you will see. Turns out when you have government regulation, you see the monopolistic corruption that is evident today. We know that to be true. So when you and that results from having a lack of freedom, right? If you leave these hierarchies, because if they're going to exist, and when they're free, they're based on competency, and when they're based on competency, they serve their purpose. When they're not free, they're based on cronyism and nepotism. When they're based on cronyism and nepotism and not competency, then it doesn't, regardless of the endeavor you're attempting, it's going to be poorer for it if you don't have a hierarchy predicated on freedom. To give another example of the many examples I keep dishing out. We know fighting men, they fight far better if they freely choose to fight for their cause. The minute you start forcing someone and conscripting them into an army and sending them to go die and fight, they fight far worse. So I'm not saying that libertarianism is the cure. I'm just saying that, the best way to iterate our society is with free hierarchies and let the game play out from there. It's going to take us some time to address things. There's going to be some harm, but all I'm saying is it'll be less harm than going the crony route, and that seems to happen when you have a hierarchy that isn't predicated on freedom.
Listen, there's an interchange of hierarchy in a system of equality of opportunity. These people that are at the top, they came from that of a system that was invested in people of fairness, and they move upward. And once they get up to the top and they're doing good, they want to burn kick bridges, blow up bridges and kick ladders, of attacking the system that benefited them. Screw those people.
Okay, but you see,
and
systems when you have some sort of government regulation, whether it's monarchy or the FDA or the environmental agencies, like that. When you have governmental power forcing something, that's what you get. That's evidently true, right? Now, as it pertains to private goods. I still don't see how you're arguing that I'm arguing for monarchy when I'm specifically arguing the opposite. I want as little government power used as possible. I recognize that some government power needs to be used with respect to public goods, but beyond that, I see no good argument for it.
I don't see what you're saying is wrong, but I see balancing things.
But this isn't a balancing scale. It's not some consequentialist mathematics. It's almost like a virtue ethicist perspective. It's like freedom's the right way to structure society. End of story. Like, yes, we're going to live in societies. We're going to produce shit. What's the best way that's fair to most people? And freedom seems to be our answer.
I don't trust that. That's the problem. I don't trust
that. Yes, you have to have some rules, you have to have some, how we call it, rules in the system.
Yes, we've discussed
rules
this.
And laws,
We've discussed this, and you keep bringing up examples of what I've already conceded. Right? The rule of law, justice system, police services, these are public goods. The government has a business in it. I concede that. I need you to give me an example, which you seem to be tripping up and failing to do, of a private good that is better run in state hands. Because I've yet to see an example.
A lot of these wealthy folks that move upward, they used a government that helped them to get where they,
Some of them. Some of them. We're saying that private actors shouldn't get to use government regulation to make fuckloads of money. If I can say it like that. I still don't see where we're disagreeing here, Nivek. You try to frame it.
There should be a government where it's for the benefit of the people.
Yes, agree, 100%.
In regulation,
I don't see specific benefits in the government allowing one insulin pump manufacturer through patent regulation and government laws in America. That seems like a preposterous law, and that's why it's so expensive for diabetics in America. You take away government patents, and problem solved.
When it comes to pharmaceuticals, I think it's a bit more complicated than that.
Yeah.
People want to believe that.
No.
But you got.
What I mean is, I think that there was an argument made about how R&D for pharmaceuticals is largely conducted in the United States, and despite the product being provided worldwide, it is regulated by non-US nations to cap the price, and so the price in the US is sort of paying, is compensating for that. And again, that's another example of government regulation, resulting in an unintended consequence. But before we go in the pharmaceuticals rabbit hole, I wanted to highlight something you said, Deniability, a comparison that you made about how it is much more effective to have a fighting squad that opted in rather than one that was drafted. And do you think that's sort of a valid comparison? Say if we're looking at libertarian society versus one that's more authoritarian, is it the difference between a drafted military and a military that opted in? Is that what we're trying to?
Well, it's just one aspect, but it's just to make the point that any hierarchy, no matter its purpose, is better when people opt in, and you need freedom for that. But I don't know how to separate those two, right? So, like America, I don't think they have conscription anymore. Now, but they obviously have people signing up in the military, but they have recruiters. They have people going out there actively encouraging people to join the military. And if people want to join the military and the government encourage people to join the military and that's all their own free volition, I say I'm all for it. Same with the police services, I want people to want to be police officers. I don't want like the government going, you know what, you were born in this area and we need more police officers, so you're going to be a police officer and you're forced to. I think you get very poor police officers if you have that situation. And you have that situation in many countries. Like it's literally like the kings and tribal chieftains saying, "You are now a police officer because I think you'd be good at it," and then you have to go be a police officer, and they wonder why their justice systems are so crap. People need to want to do things to do it effectively, and to get people to want to do things, they need to be free to want to do things. I don't understand what people are missing here.
Because people in certain cases need to be motivated to do things. We don't live in this glossy world where people will just decide to do the right thing because they have freedom. Sometimes people need to be pushed into it or motivated. And in regards to this whole thing about war, I mean, last time I recall, the First and Second World War, they had conscriptions. People were conscripted to there, and they did a pretty good job on the European side and the Allied side, and they won.
Hang on, that's completely missing his point. He's saying that professional armies are better than drafted armies. That in the sense that they fight harder. Obviously, in World War II, we needed the numbers, so we had to draft people because if our professional soldiers obviously were better than the drafted soldiers, but there weren't enough of them.
And did the drafted soldiers do well historically?
Of course, but they wouldn't have been as good as the professional soldiers who have been training for years in the job.
No, drafted soldiers do not do well historically at all.
Yes.
So who won the Second World War again? Was it professional soldiers or was it people who were drafted?
You think also there were drafted soldiers on both sides of the conflict, so it's a poor analysis. If you want to look at a better analysis, you can look at the Persian invasion of Greece. Greek armies were freely organized, they weren't conscripted, and they gave a hiding to the Persians.
So what, the Spartans didn't conscript from childhood with the Agoge system?
it's a difficult one, because either you wanted to be part of the society and you took all endeavors to be a warrior, a respectable warrior, or you didn't, and then you were killed off. So, on some level you can say they were conscripted, but it still does leave out the fact that all the people that weren't killed wanted to fight, and that's all I'm arguing for. Like, I mean, for sure, if you want to go around killing everyone that doesn't want to do something so that everyone wants to do it, and like genuinely wants to do it, and you want to go through the effort and damage that puts on society, you can stand on that hill, but I'm not going to die with you. I don't think that's a good way for society to go.
No, I just think it's very naive with the whole freedom thing that you're saying, that you leave it up to freedom, that somehow people will then automatically do the right thing. I'm saying
no, I'm not saying that. I never said that. I never said they'd automatically do the right thing.
Then we don't have an excuse. And so when I then challenge it, say that people need to be motivated.
You have to display to me how you can force someone to do the right thing.
What, legally? Privately? In what sense?
With government force. How do you force people to do the right thing?
By other people.
That's a social contract. No.
Other people.
Social contracts and socially enforced norms are not government regulation, right? I'm talking about government regulation here. Show me how use of government force forces people to do the right thing, because I've yet to see a good example of that.
So what do you mean when you say do the right thing? I want to know exactly, because it seems if I give something, you're going to have this caveat. What do you mean when you say do the right thing? So if I say that there was a country where certain people of a certain race couldn't eat somewhere, and then the law forced it through people protesting, that is bad, and so that no longer exists, are you going to accept that, or are you going to add a caveat to saying, well, that's not part of some social contract?
I'm not the person that brought up the right thing. I specifically said that I'm not saying freedom does the right thing. I'm just saying it produces the best results in whatever human endeavor. There's no qualification on what that human endeavor is, right? There's always going to be countervailing endeavors. There's always going to be people trying to do something and people trying to prevent them. Whatever that struggle is, just that the teams at freedom seems to have the best turn of events on that. Like, anytime someone's seems to advocate for a lack of freedom, it leads to perverse outcomes in society. And I'd like us to stop that madness.
We're skipping over one of Oso's points.
I don't know if what you forced freedom,
which had to do with motivation, and yes. I understand that it's a good question. So, if the concern is that with too much freedom, we will lose the motivation to fill the gaps that are required, I think the counter argument to that is, how is forcefully filling those gaps, how is that more desirable than creating incentives to have them filled? And I think that's where the motivation piece, gets.
So back to the military recruitment thing. The military is actively going out and encouraging people, motivating people to sign up for the military, and people listen to them and do so willingly, and there's no one holding a gun to their head forcing them to make that decision, then fine, But I think that addresses the point of motivation. If you have a free society, you have to encourage people. That is the only way you get them to do anything. And I fail to see how beating people with the stick produces a better result.
I just think leaving it to people. I don't trust people the way you do.
It's not that I trust people. It's just I recognize, the prayer for serenity. God grant me the grace. I forget it, but something about like accepting what you can change and what you can't change. Right? You can't force people to do anything. The best we can do on a governmental level is say, if you do these things, you go to jail because it's harmed other people. But otherwise, we hope you make the right decision, and that's about it. That's our best shot. And
you don't think people want to compete against each other and do better than each other? You don't think?
No, they obviously do. I'll grant you that, right? But there's no way to like think of it this way, right? There's water coming down a mountain, right? And what government regulation seeks to do is put a dam there, right, and stop it from coming down the mountain. All that happens is it builds up and overflows, or it finds another way down the mountain. Right? Building the dam isn't going to change the fact that the water's going down the mountain. So let's just let the water go down the mountain in as natural way as possible, and that's the best we can do.
There's a difference between equality in a handout and equality opportunity in a hand up. You know, people just want that type of system to move upward in society. They're not asking for a free handout, and that killing their motivation, because that's a line that the right says. It's like, if you give them, then they'll not be motivated. When they're showing that they're motivated because they want a system that is fair, that doesn't put any type of restriction on their upward mobility.
Okay.
That invest in the potential in not having anything affecting their them moving upward, and
Nivik,
there not being anything in society of anything type of corruption trying to prevent that.
Yeah, so
because Nivik, there's no motivation on people. A lot of people at the top of.
So there's no motivation for people at the top.
Trying to do good in order to stay around.
Most of the good that's done, all the good that's done in the world is from people at the top of a hierarchy.
Yeah, people at the bottom move upward. Everybody at the top came from somewhere. They weren't born there.
Not always. You don't get free movement in the hierarchy without freedom. It used to be the case that where you were born is where you stayed.
Even if it's from families were poor and in the past.
Huh?
Everybody start from the bottom.
No, everybody clearly doesn't start from the bottom. There's no way to account for true equality of opportunity. The only equality of opportunity is what we can aim for objectively. It turns out the only objective measurement for equality of opportunity is equal rights and treatment under the law.
I need to stop you there. Equality of opportunity refers to legal opportunity, not physical opportunity.
No, Mace, that's what I'm trying to illustrate to Nivik, is that the only bar measurement that we have for equality of opportunity that is fair and objective and stands outside of our own subjective experience is equality under law and equal rights. That's it.
The people who think equality of opportunity means physical opportunity have just misunderstood it. It doesn't mean that, and it never has.
So that's what I'm trying to, Nivik, that's what I'm trying to indicate to you, because there's no way to stop. I'm sure I gave this example to you a lot the other night, so I'm just going to do it once more. Then I'm going to give up trying to change your mind on the subject. But if we have equality of opportunity in every single way in our generation, right? I decide to become a blacksmith. You decide to become a banker. The next generation, my son is going to have an advantage of becoming a blacksmith, having been raised by a blacksmith. Your son's going to have an advantage becoming a banker, having been raised by a banker. And there's no way to address the disequality of opportunity that our sons will have in the job markets. The only thing we can do.
That's not the opportunity that we're referring to, though.
No. But
you need to distinguish between physical and legal opportunities when talking to someone who's confused about them.
No, but that's what Nivik's not understanding.
What do you mean by legal opportunity?
So by legal opportunities, we mean the rights and the freedoms that you have to choose what you do. Everyone has the same rights. That means equal legal opportunity. And by physical opportunity, we mean everything in the physical world, like who your parents are, your geographical location, any disabilities you might have, stuff like that. When we say equal opportunities, we're only talking about legal opportunities, because that's the only thing that you can fairly quantify and account for.
Okay.
So you see, when you say more fair, I would say to you, we're the fairest we can ever hope to be. Is by giving people equal rights under law. And that's a libertarian perspective.
Yeah, but regardless
anything
of
more
what,
than
so
that's unacceptable.
I mean, people do move up that are in different positions. That's not the son of a this or son of a that. That
they only do
people at the top.
that. They only do that in a society that is predicated on freedom. If you have a communist society, you don't have that freedom of movement within hierarchies. If you have a monarchy, you don't have the freedom of movements within hierarchies. You only get freedom of movement within hierarchies when they are predicated on freedom.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You have a fair system that people can move upward.
Yeah, the problem with crony capitalism.
And by the way, nobody always keeps power. They get tossed. And I don't know what you mean that people always keep power. People who are good at something, they're people that study or do whatever, and they toss them.
Yeah, I've been arguing for that. A free market of ideas. Like, let the free market be the free market. If you come up with a better idea, you rise to the top.
Yeah, the banker's son can get tossed, believe it or not.
Yes, yeah, and often they do. The thing that's often obfuscated about the free market libertarianism is people say, "Oh, the rich just keep getting richer," and like, yeah, that's an emergent property of capitalism, but critically, it's not the same rich that are getting richer, and it's not the same poor that are getting poorer.
It's also not just the rich who are getting richer. The poor are getting richer as well.
Yeah, so
that's good.
Overall aggregated wealth is rising. So like this whole concept that there's some evilness lurking behind the corner with free markets is not true. It's
that's because things are done
to
override those things.
No, like let me give you an example. Like, we talked about central reserve banking leading to financial boom and bust. Now, what would happen if you don't have central reserve banking is, as people took a risk, if someone took a loan on a property and great returns, then the bank will give you really generous interest rates on your next deal, you know? But let's say the metrics aren't quite right, and you're purchasing it for your expenses are going to be higher, so your profit's going to be smaller. And the bank goes, well, there's less of a profit cushion, so it's a bit riskier. So instead of like a 3% interest rate, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to charge you a 7% interest rate. That 4% interest rate difference has a further knock-on effect on taking your net interest home, and it might turn something that's like a 20% return on investment into something that's a 15% return on investments, in which case the risk isn't worth the reward. And then what you'd have is, instead of someone buying another property with cheap money facilitated through artificially low central reserve banking rates, is they go, well, I can't afford to buy that property. The return's not there. And what you have is, you don't have the property building into a massive bubble that eventually pops and fucks the markets. And I use a property example, but central reserve banking pertains to business loans as well. So it affects every aspect of the economy. It's why we go through cycles of boom and bust, because instead of having individuated, small, tiny market corrections that only affect the people that make the bad decisions in the here and now, you have this backlog that gets built up into this bubble that gets so big that when it pops, it affects everybody. So when I look at why this is the case, it's only because of central reserve banking. It's only because of government regulations. So the contra side, the people that argue for central reserve banking, say no, central reserve banking is there to provide quantitative easing and controls over the market so that everything doesn't collapse. I'm like, well, it's creating the collapses, and that's clear mathematically so.
By the way, what people are good at in the past, when society advanced, those things are no longer society changes and those things aren't around anymore, and other types of skills open up, and people that are, you know, unique individuals that are good at certain things, they can move up and take those new things, like, I don't know, good at computers or whatever. You know, times changed. Computers weren't always around, or this wasn't always around.
But
when you have an equality opportunity system where people move upward in mobility, different avenues change. What's old goes the way of the dodo, and new things come, and you have people, other folks that are unique and in something. They take those new avenues that open up within society. So to say that one group is better than the other, that's not necessarily, you know, an advantage. That's not necessarily the case.
No one's saying one group's better than the other, but we are talking libertarianism, and I 100% agree with what you just said, right? Like, but for that system to function, for new ideas to come up and overtake old ideas, for that to flourish, you need freedom.
Okay, so you need freedom. I'm understanding that fine. Within the private sector, to me, I see the private sector is primarily concerned with increasing its profit margin. And yet there'll be competition and innovation. I still want to understand within that freedom of competition, innovation, increasing their profit margin, where is the motivation to do good within that industry? So if you're working privately and you know that something you're doing might be construed as being bad to the public, but you're still going to be increasing your profit margin for your shareholders and your company, what is the motivation to then do good, since the government will not be involved in implementing any regulation or law?
I can answer that for you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying you can lose motivation if you're a broke person and you're just working paycheck to paycheck.
No, Nivek is not saying that, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Because motivation could go both ways, by the way.
Yeah, but before you derail on something else, Mace, you want to respond to also?
Yeah, there is no motivation to do an objective good. The motivation is to do what will get your business the best reputation and will make people want to be your customers. If you do something which is gross and foul and the public at large don't like it, then you'll lose business.
No, but the public would have to find out about it. If the public can't find out about it.
Yeah, so the best way to make sure the public don't find out about you doing bad things is by not doing bad things.
But what I'm saying is
no,
I don't think people understand the question, though.
The motivation goes both ways.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying within that private industry, when you're not being regulated, you have the freedom to do what you want to increase your profit margin. You're doing something successfully with you and the rest of your other businesses. You're making your profit. You're all happy. You have the freedom. Yet you know that there's something in your product or products that is actually causing problems. But what is the motivation to stop doing it?
Because people will review your product and problems of the product will become known to the public.
By who, though?
So also, let's use a very easy example where there's no government regulation. Computer parts, 3D graphics cards in particular. NVIDIA just recently released the 3080 RTX. Now, it was discovered that because of a design fault, the 3080 RTX couldn't actually perform better than a souped-up 2080 with aftermarket parts, which is quite a letdown, right? But what aftermarket engineers figured out is by changing various architectures in the chip as it pertains to cooling. It allowed the card to access what it could do, because what was happening was it was getting too hot and it was bringing the power of the GPU down, as it were.
Anyone who doesn't know how graphics cards work isn't going to understand your analogy there, deniability.
So basically what happened is, hold on, so that they released these graphics cards, and a whole bunch of tech reviewers on YouTube got hold of them. They stress tested them. They found out that it was worth shit, and it killed the 3080 launch. They didn't do as well as they thought they would do as a result. But then, because of these tech reviewers stress testing it out completely for free, they purchased these things. They weren't sponsored. They tested it for free, and they found the faults, and they reported the faults to the world, and then the company made changes so that it would do what they said it would.
Those faults were caused by corners being cut by third parties who were making the graphics cards, though. The actual graphics cards that were coming from NVIDIA themselves, the Founders Edition ones, were made to the top quality, and they were fine.
Okay,
and to some of the high-end brands that were selling them as well. It's just the low-end brands that were cheaping out.
In regards to what I'm saying, that thing was done. Let's say those people didn't detect anything. What would be the motivation for the company to change its product?
None. Zero.
Thank you.
Company, but here's the thing that you're missing, though, sir. This is an absolute truism. Companies are a reflection of their consumers. So if you think a company is trashy, most likely because their consumers are trashy, because companies emulate their consumers. So
but if you
hold on, Nick, let me give you an example here. If you're pissed off with how the banks operate, how they seek profits and they cut off your loans and they abuse you, realize the conversation you have with your bank when they lose your money. What conversation do you have with your bank when your funds aren't available?
See, if you're the only crony monopoly and you have a broke, low-wage worker that's in your company, that's working for low wage, and you're selling crap, there's no motivation for the benefit of society, because you're a monopoly. You sell cheap crap, and you're not innovating in a way that would help.
I can explain how that will fix itself. That will fix itself, because
plus you have somebody getting paid low.
If your company,
for that person that's getting paid nothing,
that fixes itself though, because if your company is paying low wages and producing crap, then another company could start up which pays its workers better and produces a better product and completely destroy it.
But I said monopoly.
Yeah, monopoly ends as soon as another company starts up and competes with the current existing company.
That's what monopolies do. They make sure that's not the case.
So they can't do that without government support.
Nivek, just please get the topic in your head. We're talking about libertarianism. We're not talking about monopoly. All libertarians will agree with you that monopoly is bad.
No, I don't. I think monopolies are good. That's not a joke. They fix themselves. There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, no, I agree. But Nivek, if you want to continue talking about monopolies, I'm going to give you one opportunity to link libertarianism to monopoly. But if you can't do that, I'm explicitly telling you to never bring up monopoly again.
I mean, my deniability, my only challenge and question was just when you started talking about freedom and how it makes people do good things. Within the private sector, I understand you're not talking about there's a separation between what the government will do, and you're talking as libertarianism within the private sector, the running of companies, implementing how they work, innovation, competition. I just feel that if companies are able to get away with stuff that is harmful to people and they're making a profit, there isn't really a motivation for them. And I was actually going to give an example, which is with the tobacco industry. For years, for a long time, they had been selling stuff, even though their R&D departments had pointed out there were things with the chemicals they were using in the ammonia and the nicotine. I mean, even though they knew it was causing problems, they were under no obligation to basically make any changes or let anyone know. So they just kept on selling it and making a profit.
Eventually, people did find out that it was bad, and now people can buy it, and they can decide for themselves if they want to take the risk or not.
How did
you were for the British India Company, right?
Did people find out it was bad?
Scientists, I don't know. I wasn't around then.
They didn't. What happened was somebody decided to go out and become a whistleblower. The company didn't choose to do it. Yes, we're talking about Henry Wygand.
So also, you're for the British East India Company, right?
We're getting confused. I'm talking about a specific case.
Hold on. Also, wait. Nivik, this is your second warning on taking the topic somewhere it isn't.
Sure, this is fifth.
I've been trying to do it without warning. When we get to the
third warning, if I make a rational example of something,
Nivik, you keep taking us onto something else.
No, Mace mentioned monopolies are good, and I said, what about the British East India?
Oh man, that was ages ago.
It was ages ago, and you didn't say it of Mace. You asked also.
Sorry,
if you
referenced wrong. Sorry, Austin.
And Mace clearly said it was a joke. 5 seconds after he said.
No, I said it's not a joke.
Not a joke.
Yeah,
okay.
I think monopolies are good. I would like to have a monopoly personally. Don't know about you.
Okay, so if I remember correctly,
I asked you, what do you think of the British East India Company?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
That was indentured slavery, the transatlantic slave and indentured slavery of Indians.
He's talking about when Britain eventually colonized India. Before they did so, you had the Dutch East India Company that was a successful trading company. It had its own army. It became incredibly powerful. I think he's talking about the East India Company back when Britain was colonizing parts of the world.
What's the question?
So before we go into that question, Nivik, it's a bad example with the British East India Trading Company, because that was essentially what we know today, what we call today a state-run company. The Crown had a 50% shareholding in it, and when you talk about all the armies it raised armies because of its 50% shareholding in the Crown. It was the facilitation of empire expansion. It had more to do with monarchical government than it had to do with any form of libertarianism. And the specific challenge the specific thing that I said that Mace challenged was no libertarian would argue for monopoly. And then I thought he was joking, but Mace said that no, he's a libertarian and he believes monopoly is good. So instead of trying to insert your definition of what that means, because it is fundamentally flawed, why don't we give Mace the mic to explain where he sees the use value of monopoly and a libertarian
So my example was a bad example.
No, Vic, yes, it was a bad example. And
really?
You're going to because it has nothing to do with libertarianism, and I just went over that. But let's let Mace justify why he thinks monopoly is good, and then maybe you find an easier way of critiquing him through that. Because I found if you let people expand themselves instead of inserting what you think they mean, you can get a lot further. So Mace, if you want to.
Before you go, you didn't finish answering my question. You were about before it suddenly got derailed to the East India Company.
Yeah,
and it was in regards into the motivation to do good. And the example that I was going to give was in regards to the tobacco company with Jeffrey Wygand. He became known as a whistleblower because he used to work, and he knew that the companies he was working for intentionally manipulated its tobacco with chemicals such as ammonia to increase the effect of nicotine in cigarette smoke. Now, they were making phenomenal profit. They were under no obligation to reveal this to the public, and they didn't. And they could have kept on going year and year and year.
And how did the public find out about it?
The public found out because, sorry?
What year? What year did he blow the whistle, as it were?
1996.
1996, cool. So that makes the case very easy. You heard of something called the Food and Drug Administration? They came into existence, I think, 1925, maybe 1935. I can't quite precisely remember. But the Food and Drug Administration is meant to regulate these things. They provide a rubber stamp of approval. So all those tests that you said the company was doing, guess who they had to report that to? The FDA. What I've been saying all night, government regulation doesn't work.
You're not listening to my point. I'm agreeing with you on the FDA. I'm now looking at things from a libertarian perspective. So the FDA is not there.
Was it the government that stops them from doing whatever you're talking about, or like what happened? How did they stop?
The libertarian world would make those companies do right.
No. So here's the thing, right? The problem is very much the FDA, because the FDA provides a false sense of security that someone is regulating these companies, right? So you take the FDA out, people still want that sense of security. It's not like if you remove government regulation, the demand for that regulation goes away. There's a clear demand for that regulation. And because of the FDA's existence, it's prevented private actors from stepping into that space and regulating. Like we saw, I mean, thank God the medical board was created as a private actor before the government decided to regulate doctors, because that would have been a fucking catastrophe. But the mere existence of the FDA has given the public this perception that this stuff is being regulated and they don't have to worry about it. But
so you're saying
really horseshit.
So the government is wrong with the FDA, fine, but then with the private sector, you said private actors. So according to you, who would be the private actors? Would that be the tobacco companies?
No. When I say self-regulation from the private sector, I'm not saying the same company regulates themselves. No, that'd be fucking retarded.
Yeah, but who?
There are many examples of this existing, and I just gave you one. The highest standard in the medical profession, the doctor's bar exam, is run by a private actor that is in no way related to the government. It's a non-profit organization, a private actor that regulates the quality of our medical doctors.
So in regards to my example, then there would be a completely separate, independent organization monitoring the production of tobacco.
Yes.
And how would that organization have power over the tobacco industry to make them stick to the rules? What would they have? What would we have?
So to bring another example of where we see the free forces of the market do this, it's evident that there's a demand for non-GMO and sustainably sourced food. We call this organic. The term organic is not regulated by the government, as far as I'm aware, in any country. The term organic is, in most countries, is regulated by an NPO that goes about their business by charging membership fees to participants that join up. And what happens is they'll come out and they'll test and they'll check your farm out and they'll see that you're GMO free and that you're engaging in sustainable farming practices. And then on all your products that go out, you get to use their rubber stamp of approval saying this is organic.
And they are not corruptible in any shape, way. They can't be bought or paid.
They're not corruptible, but their matter of business is integrity and reputation. And it just takes one fuck up for that to shatter. And then they allow entrance for other market actors to say, listen, these guys clearly weren't doing the job, but we can do it better. And here's how we're going to show you how we do it better. You know,
that sounds interesting. That sounds
recent innovation that's sort of taken the world all by storm. Cryptocurrency, right? Not the cryptocurrency.
Before we jump to the cryptocurrency, I'm starting to understand what you're saying. I don't want us to the cryptocurrency, so I'm starting to understand what you're saying. Sounds interesting. Sounds like it could work. But who would monitor those guys? Would they be monitored at all? The NGO or MP?
So generally, when people fuck up, like like people look for someone to blame. The problem when you have a government regulator is they skip blaming the FDA and they go straight to blaming the companies. And yes, it's right to blame the companies, but it's not the companies that took on the responsibility of integrity and honesty. It's the fact checker, the regulator that took on that responsibility. It's their failing. So when it comes out that the cigarette companies were doing all these dodgy things, yeah, the cigarette companies, someone should deal with that. But more importantly, no one went, "What the fuck, FDA? You've been telling us this has been good for the last 70 years of your existence, and turns out you fucked up in a big way."
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Your government regulation, we can't send you to jail.
We don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with you there, deniability. That part, I agree with you. I want to look at something that's new, that can be different from what we have, which is why I'm criticizing this whole libertarian thing. It's not because I'm against it. It's like I'm putting it through a stress management, I don't know, kind of TQM type thing. I really want to see if it can work. That's why I'm asking these questions. So, yeah, I agree with you with what you say about the FDA and the government thing. I don't disagree. It's just trying to understand. I understand the libertarian thing. It's not 100% perfect. Nothing in the world is, but I just want to see how good it can be.
So let's use a non-regulated sector, right? Secondhand car sales. No one's going around. The government's not going around town telling you what. Okay, maybe in Canada they are, with certain countries like Canada and Singapore, the roadworthy certificates are so like up there. But then there's a whole expense thing that I want to get into. But generally, it's the case that no government's getting into the business of putting a rubber stamp of approval on a secondhand vehicle, which presents a problem because when you're buying a secondhand vehicle, you're not a mechanic. You don't precisely know what's wrong with it. I mean, you can get it and drive it, but that just because it drives doesn't mean the engine's not going to like fall apart 2 weeks later after you purchased it. And it's a pretty expensive purchase. But do you know what? Good news. For probably $100, or not maybe not 100, probably like $300 or $400 on your like $20,000 expense, you can get a private mechanic in to check the vehicle out. And he's a person in the know that knows about this, and you can pay for his services, and he can go and check and say, listen, brakes, you got to look at the brakes here, maybe the tire tread, maybe the engine, and he can check, he can give you that quality assessment for you, right? Whenever I buy tech goods, I go to JZ 2 Cents and Linus Tech Tips, and I check out product reviews before I buy anything, because I know fuck all about GPUs and CPUs. So I go to people that seem to know what they're talking about. How do I know what they're talking about? They've got hugely popular videos, and nobody seems to largely disagree with them. So it's obviously a challenge. Where do you get that information? And ultimately, you have to be the arbiter of what's best, you know. But the point is, there are so many individuated responses in our complex society that there's no real way a government can blanket control everything. So if the government steps back from that, what you'll see is the people that are concerned about things, they'll ask for service providers to allay their concerns. And you know, if you're a highly skeptical person, you're not going to just say, "No, trust me." You're not going to accept "trust me." You're going to say, "Well, what evidence do you have to that?" And if you refuse to buy the product without that evidence, it's going to do two things. Either there's going to be enough people that aren't skeptical to your level that are happy to buy that product, and then the guy's going to make money, or you know, people are going to be skeptical to the point where no one buys their product, and then they go out of business, and then they fail. You know, so either you service the market demands or you fail. So it's well and good saying that companies are failing in here and they're failing there, but you have to get with the reality. You know, people are demanding these services, and that's why these companies exist. It's not like a company makes a product and crafts the existence of the universe. No, like the company either seeks to fill the demand and then it makes money and propagates over time, or it doesn't and it goes bankrupt. Those are the only two options.
Shouldn't there be policies for government for businesses not to affect government?
Yes, strongly advocate for that. Well, there is one exception, but then we'd be taking the conversation more into my own personal perspective. But there is one exception to that rule, where I think the government does have a business, but it's a very narrow definition within an antitrust law, because while I do think it a mathematical impossibility that you'd have one company super conglomerate and control all companies and just purchase up everything over time, and while I do think that's a mathematical impossibility, you can get short-term abusive practices that can unfairly bankrupt other companies. That seems a pretty good idea to keep a good eye on that and have antitrust law and anti-competitive commissions established for that. And unfortunately, I don't see any other way than a government actor operating that. If we could have a private actor doing that, sure, but the use of force required is too great for it to be the case. So I do think we need a government actor insofar as antitrust law.
Yeah, because the government was created for the benefit of society. And businesses ended up coming to be as a result. So businesses should be about the benefit of society, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise,
businesses only exist if they benefit society. If no one finds any benefit in what you are doing as a matter of business, you will no longer be in business. That's how you go bankrupt.
Until you do affect it, and then government sees to step in.
No.
That has happened, though.
Facebook is popular because people want Facebook. Facebook isn't popular because they force people to like Facebook.
With the baby bill.
Baby bill?
Yeah.
Baby Bell. No one knows that song.
Phone company. Southern Bell, right?
Is that just a British thing then?
Baby Bell.
Baby Bell, you know, the disgusting round cheese. You put it in lunch boxes.
That's right.
Well, in this brief deluge, Chick Vicious, welcome to the conversation. We're talking libertarianism. Do you have any thoughts?
Actually, I have a good example. I'm trying to look up the details regarding what we're talking about.
Don't worry.
I thought we were talking
I'll come
about
back to you guys
cheeses.
with it.
In my discussions, I tend to disallow stat nitpicking. I think that there's two ways to approach someone. You can approach the claim purely and not let them finish the rest of their train of thought, or you can listen to the entire train of thought, the multiple premises, even though you might think some of them may be false, and see their conclusion. First, address their logic, because if you can't address someone's logic, good luck addressing an erroneous premise. So, give us your example if you can remember it. We don't need you to substantiate just yet.
Okay. So this is in regards to not. Oh, hang on a second. Actually, I will be right back to you guys in a couple minutes.
Bruno, welcome to the chat.
Hello, sir. What's up?
I think I can guess a lot of your comments, but I'd like to hear them. We're talking libertarianism. Do you have any thoughts?
Oh, no, I don't know much about that, honestly, so I just keep quiet.
It means the opposite of authoritarianism.
Right. So what exactly, are we just talking about the concept or the, what is the sort of, what's the rubric?
So the general gist I've tried to put forward is that if we're going to have society, the best way to iterate that is freedom, because anything short of freedom underpinning society, and you get negative consequences. Also was raising the point that, like, how do you get people to do good in the system? Like, and my simple answer was you don't. Like, it doesn't matter what the endeavor, human good or human bad. It's going to be easier to achieve with freedom. And if we want the good endeavors and we want the best of them, we need free societies. And ultimately that comes with accepting a little bit of the bad. But equally so, I think the bad is far less in a free society than in a controlled society.
Yeah. I don't disagree with honestly anything you've said, actually. It's just
Converting people.
I would say, though, is when you say freedom, do you mean absolute freedom? Or
No, so that is the ultimate discussion amongst libertarians, is that there are multiple iterations of. My personal favorite is Milton Friedman. He makes a case for public goods like police services, fire services, the rule of law being public goods, and the government has a business taxing and participating in that. And private goods, government needs to stay out of that.
Yeah, I would. Honestly, I don't know much about this, so I can't really. But I don't disagree with most of what you've said. So
it's important to know that libertarianism, all versions of libertarianism accept some sort of government control, because no government controls anarchy. So you need to distinguish libertarianism from anarchy somewhat. So with libertarianism, the conversation is always, what is that minimal place, that minimal role that government has in society, and why, essentially. I think Ayn Rand argues that government service should exist, but they should be funded by donation from society, not by a forced tax.
Say that again. Government should be. Say that last bit again.
Government services should be run off of a donation system and not a taxation system. So, yeah, to run your police services, you need to rely on donations.
What if you have it's interesting. What if you have a society that isn't so wealthy? Hence, you would have less donations.
Well, it would be in the government's interest to make their society more wealthy, so they get more donations in that case.
Right, and that's the rational. That's the rational position to take. But what if you have?
Yeah. So I think that's the position Ayn Rand does take. I think she makes the position that, you know, if the government is performing their role and doing their job well, people are going to notice that and donate more. And if they're doing it poorly, they're going to donate less.
Yeah, that's the thing. So if they're acting poorly, people would donate less. I think it would be. I haven't really thought of this, honestly, so I don't really have a strong position. But I would say, from what you've just said, I think it would be the best position to get revenue from these tax revenue from these services, because then you would have, if the government is running poorly or running well, there is still some sort of revenue, I suppose. But your system, well, then again, your system actually does force the government to run society well. So I don't have a substantial position on this, so I'm just going to shut up.
No, most people are confused by libertarianism. That's why I wanted to have this chat, because it often gets down to like, oh, you're an anarchist, you're like all the arguments against anarcho-capitalism. I'm like, no, we're talking about libertarianism. It's substantially different. So you're free to have an ignorant opinion. There's been multiple tonight, but that's why we have these chats. So I like Milton Friedman's model more, because I think inherent to libertarianism that you do get a free rider problem, and when you're addressing public goods that are non-rivalrous and non-excludable, there needs to be some sort of forced buy-in. So like everyone benefits from a justice system and the rule of law, and you need to contribute to that. Because there's no way for you to live in society without receiving the benefits of the rule of law. Yeah, Maestri, we got a bit of feedback there. So yeah, so when a good or service that's operated within a nation's borders, as soon as you can't live within the nation's borders and not receive benefit from that service, then I believe the government has the right taxing you for that service.
Mm. Yeah, I would say so too. Yeah.
Would anyone mind if I pivoted back to central banking? A question on central banking.
Go for it.
So, if we explore conventional wisdom about what happened in the 2007-08 recession, everyone will say, you know, it's a housing bubble based on predatory. Is it predatory lending? Based on
yes, kind of.
The kind of lending
And
that doesn't.
derivatives.
Yeah.
Being sort of bought and just keep bought and keep get those. Just yeah that.
And so that's what conventional wisdom says. But then I searched a chart to take a look at the Bank of Canada interest rates over the years, starting in 1990, and it took a pretty intense dip between 2000 and 2005, from 6 to 2%. So it wasn't exactly gradual. It dipped 4% over 2 years, went back up by 1%, and then back to so it was pretty dramatic. And I'm wondering if this is perhaps more of an indication to explain the recession than the housing bubble. So what I'm trying to say is, had there not been such a dip in interest rates, would there have been the opportunity for lenders to hunt out clients like sharks and live off that commission, regardless of whether they can pay that loan back or not?
Just
I still don't think I'm fully understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know
they lowered interest rates to give out.
I'll never let Rouge go.
We know that interest rates from 2000 to 2005 went from 6 to 2%.
In Canada specifically.
In Canada specifically, but we follow the trend of Federal Reserve. We never do anything opposite to what they're following. I mean, I can look up what it was like for the Fed. I'm fairly sure it'd be similar. And we also experienced a bubble, maybe not as intensively as the others. So.
I see. Is your question that because they raised interest rates in that time period, that Canada had a less of an impact from subprime?
No. The fact that they lowered the interest rates in Canada made it so that we were just as impacted by the recession as the United States. Because we didn't have that, we didn't have that kind of predatory lending to the extent that the US did. I'm not sure why.
So subprime, its original roots were two companies. I forget the names of, but it was a central reserve banking keeping interest rates at like 1 or 2%, making borrowing money virtually free, which has a massive knock-on effect to creating bubbles. But they should have raised interest rates much sooner. But the trouble is, the whole central reserve banking practice is meant to focus on inflation, and if your inflation is low in the rest of your economy, you have to keep the interest rates low because it's a price for business and property. But if you keep your interest rates low for the property sector, then you get inflation in the property sector. So all the inflation targeting America's engaged in over the last 70 or so years of Central Reserve banking is directly related to the massive increase in property prices that you see in America. Now, as it pertains to subprime specifically, it is even more perverse than that. There's these two companies that, at the time of trading, they were perceived to be backed by the U.S. government, i.e., guaranteed by the U.S. government. So any loan that they gave out would ultimately be covered by the U.S. government, which means that not only is this money free to take, but it's free to gamble with. And that's where it became problematic. And in actual fact, these companies weren't backed by the government, but it was just the perception. So and these companies would create the financial products and sell them on. So like you get like 1,000 different brokerages selling products created by these two companies for the purpose of taking loans on mortgages, right? And because there's a perception that the government backed these companies, everyone kept on taking loans from these companies to the point where these companies were below the red line of finance, which is 40 more than 40% of your book loaned out, right? Now at that point they should stop, but because everyone thought the government backed them, they continued and they
But
did
mortgages
all
are
risky loans.
normally considered safe as well.
Yeah.
Just in general.
So basically, what happened in 2008 is these companies were going to go boom, but because there hadn't been a self-correction on the market because everyone thought they were backed by the government, they had all this money now that would affect millions of Americans, and if the government didn't bail them out. Well, the argument at the time was if the government didn't bail them out, millions of Americans would suffer from a few poor decisions from the CEOs of these companies. So that's when we got into the whole government bailout thing, which made the system entirely worse.
Mortgages are considered safe.
I get that. Thanks.
And people were constantly doing what do you call it, predatory practices until it got to the point where people defaulting and the system collapsed.
Yes, I get that, but the specific problem the specific problem that got them there was Central Reserve banking, but it wasn't just that. It was the government bailouts as well, not allowing for earlier market corrections that led to a much bigger bubble than could have been if it popped on its own. So as it pertains to Canada, I don't think Canada had a similar situation, which is why you didn't see a subprime crisis there. You may have been affected by the subprime crisis, as was the rest of the globe, because when America's economy catches a cold, the rest of the world has issues. Yeah. So subprime had nothing to do with Canada. It had everything to do with poor regulation in America. But because America is so intertwined with the rest of the globe, everyone felt it.
And you don't think it's related to to the initial change in interest rates, which I think would have allowed that in the first place?
Oh no, I've no doubt that if Canada raised interest rates to 10%, that it had a dampening effect. But there's always the question of if they're raising it to what the rate ought to be. And what the rate ought to be is fundamentally decided by the market. So maybe Canada got it right and lessened the impact, and the increase from 5% to 10% was precisely where the market would have normally dictated it went. But as you know,
rates went from 6 to
10.
Yeah, in 4 years.
See, that's a massive jump for a developed nation. To give you an idea, the UK and the US, they'll shift interest rates 1 maybe 2% at most in that same period. To have something shift up 4% shows perhaps ironically some good practice. But it's still the fact that if you had no central reserve banking, the interest rates would naturally float up either way.
I just wanted to say, the drop was to facilitate the flow of credit. So when you have lower interest rates, people tend to borrow more than if you had higher interest rates.
That's right.
And that's a great way to stimulate the economy, right? As it pertains to business, but as it pertains to the property sector, it's the wrong way to go about it.
Yeah, so we're experiencing this from decisions that were made in 2020, also by Bank of Canada. For the first time, I think in over 50 years, they decreased the interest rate twice in 1 year in 2020. And what we're seeing now is that there are too many buyers on the market than there are sellers for property, which and I think US is also experiencing this, which makes it so that there's every property that is sold is about 20 to 30% above asking price, and we see a drop of conditions from no inspection to there's simply no people are desperate essentially to find new property, and that is attributed to that drop in interest rates.
But businesses were benefiting off of mortgage repackaging mortgages in trading in mortgages.
So Vivek, we haven't got into the derivatives yet. We're still on central reserve banking. Let's not shift just yet.
My concern is with this, drop twice in 1 year. There's likely going to be a reaction in the form of a bubble coming up as soon as the rates need to be renegotiated in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Is that?
So I work in the property development sector, and as like the South African government chops and changes interest rates so wildly that we've just got into the habit of accepting a 2% higher interest rate for a fixed interest rate, because it allows us to calculate our profitability over a 5-year time far easier. Because if you're shifting like 1 or 2% off of what you had accounted for, it has some fairly dire effects over a 5-year period. And shifting interest rates down can have the net effect of anywhere between 15 to 30% increased return on investment in the property sector. So it's literally government regulation creating incentivization to invest into the economy. And when you do that on a business level, a decent argument can be made for that, but I'd still advocate for a free market system, even in that, because if you have a free market system, the companies that can make money in a down economy, they're going to get good interest rates. The companies that can't make money, they're not going to get good interest rates. And if they can't get their loan, they go bankrupt. And then a business that ceases to provide services ceases to exist. And then there's a market correction. And the sooner that happens, and the less you prolong that, the less impact on the economy. And central reserve banking just seems to prolong that effect and blow it out of proportion to the point where we have these collapses that affect everybody.
Deniability on businesses making good decisions, they traded in their mortgages, in stocks, and throughout the system. And then when people defaulted, it collapsed everything. It was catastrophe throughout the system.
Yeah, but even the packaging of these bonds, of these mortgages into derivatives and putting them into AAA grade investments, that's all financial regulation. That's all SEC requirements. And ultimately, to be fair, they weren't met. But what was happening was the compliance officers in these companies were being bribed to look the other way. So the people that were specifically licensed by the government to regulate and control these companies were corrupted and bribed. So that's how all these derivatives came to be and made the situation worse. If you didn't have a financial regulator, because remember, like, these derivatives are horribly complex. What the financial regulator should be doing is doing the math behind these derivatives and investigating thoroughly. And I forget who it was, but there was a guy who did this, and he bet literally billions of dollars on subprime happening and shorting the market. And I think he became an overnight like trillionaire or something stupid like that. Well, maybe not quite trillionaire, but multi-billionaire. I think it's the biggest recorded profit in market history, just because he did the due diligence and he saw that it was going to happen. So, I mean, it's clear that once again, the government's rubber stamp of approval, it's failed us and it keeps failing us. And I just don't know when we're going to stop this madness.
I didn't know you can do that with wealth. You can like change it into stock and then repackage it into this and that. Like I didn't know like you can.
And the reason we want a financial regulator is that the math on this can get nauseatingly complex at times, and your average consumer can't understand that level of math. So what they're relying on is that you are a financial fiduciary, you are licensed and regulated by the government. What you're telling me is the honest truth, so let's buy. Turns out what your financial fiduciary was telling you wasn't the honest truth. Even the guy selling it to you probably thought it was honest truth, but the guy that told him it was honest truth, he was lying to him. And that was all facilitated through government corruption. If you take away the financial regulation, right, and the only way for me to sell you this financial derivative is for me to give you confidence that it's going to make you money, and I got to take you through all the complicated math that I might not understand myself, and you find this pitch way too overwhelming and very confusing, and you go, no, what, I'm not finding this convincing. I'm not going to give you my $100,000. But bring in the government regulation. Oh, you're a fiduciary. You're bound to be honest with me. You're like, someone from the government has checked that you know what you're talking about. And when you tell me it's going to go up by 2%, don't stress. That's exactly what it's going to do.
But this is free money, right? When you get a bunch of mortgages, that's free money to trade in stocks and make and make gambling bets with it.
But I don't think it's
that's
fair.
another problem.
I don't think it's fair to say that that because of the protection that the reputation that the government provides, that is the reason why this was allowed, and that in a libertarian society that wouldn't have happened, because you just have to replace the role, replace the reputation that the government represents by a non-public governing body, or like a regulatory body that is also susceptible to corruption. So I don't think it's fair to say
no, but the corruption is something that seems to be endemic within a public sector taxation environment where reputation doesn't matter. The reputation of the government, quite honestly, doesn't matter. Like, when the DMV screws up, the DMV screws up, and you can't do anything about it. Well, you can do, but
and then they're an institution that continue to run with no repercussion. Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Yeah. So like, in a libertarian system, if you stand up and say, I'm going to regulate these companies, and here's my methodology, this is why you should trust me. And let's say I represent like 200 companies, and I'm getting it right those 200 times. They pay me the membership fees, I'm using that to investigate. But let's say this one company, I give them my stamp of approval, and it turns out that actually they lied to me, and I fucked up. I didn't fact check them properly. Now no one's going to trust me. Maybe I can rescue the trust and say, listen, this is where we screwed up. These are the changes we're going to make, and this is why you should trust us again. And maybe I convince you. But what certainly won't happen is if, say, Goldman Sachs was the company that fucked up, and I failed to regulate them. If I give Goldman Sachs a financial license again and say it's got the finance me stamp of approval once more, then no one's going to respect the finance me stamp of approval anymore, and businesses are going to contract out, and a new regulator is going to pop up to provide that service. Because without specific to financial services, I don't see how you sell to your average consumer without a regulatory stamp of approval. The average consumer is just too ignorant to understand the maths behind these products.
Right. So we're not saying that that a libertarian system would have prevented it, but that whatever regulatory body was responsible for the oversight, that would not have it would not have survived such a fuck up, is what we're saying.
Yeah. But more specifically, maybe they could survive it, but the company that caused the fuck up definitely wouldn't survive. And like Goldman Sachs has presided over, and Lehman Brothers presided over 4 or 5 financial collapses. If they went bankrupt in the first one and we got new actors, guarantee those new actors wouldn't proceed the way Lehman Brothers and Goldman Sachs did.
Right. Yeah.
Deniability.
The lesson.
Yeah.
You know, the conclusion that I came to is that there should be some level of regulation and some level of letting people be free.
Rather, I wonder if
I'm not 100% on one thing or the other. I'm kind of like
there seems to be a common denominator here of transparency. I'm always finding myself drilling down to how would this have been different if they were transparent. And I wonder if there's some kind of a shift that could be made to incentivize the company to be transparent with what they're doing. But in a way where it's not really forced, but that customers would flock to them more. You know what I mean? Where that's part of the market.
So I think technology plays a huge role in that, and the more technology developed we become, the more transparent we can be. I mean, just think about cameras in London. You know, when you look at the financial sector, we've had these problems for many years. And to be fair, it's not all financial regulation. There are endemic problems that are intrinsic to the finance model. But one of the most interesting technologies that's come along since then has been developed with cryptocurrency is blockchain. So and like a lot of these financial problems come from private account ledgers. And information asymmetry there. But what blockchain neatly solves is you can have public accounts without risk, and then there's no information asymmetry. So it greatly reduces the opportunity for corruption because everything is trackable and traceable, and anonymous at the same time. So yeah, but the blockchain does seem to be like it'll solve a lot of problems, and many businesses around the world are adopting it. I believe even McDonald's and KFC are using blockchain technology to track their stock with their franchisees and franchisees or franchisors. Franchisors. So they are KFC is the franchisee. So they use blockchain technology to track franchisors and eliminate corruption there. Because you're right, basically corruption comes where there's lack of transparency, but feasibly we need technology more often than not that to shift transparency forward.
And maybe an expectation shift too. Like, you know, right now we kind of expect people to keep their practices kind of hidden and secret, and we trust them, and you know that it wouldn't be right to force them to disclose their proprietary information. Of course, you know, there's certain limits to that, but for the market to incentivize the better company, maybe to Nivik's point earlier where he said that one company that doesn't pay the workers very well, and you know, just, you know, produces the poorer product, that doesn't always get caught quickly. You know, that company could be left to run for quite a long time, or you know, their practices could shift in one direction or another. But the ability for us to be able to see what they're doing and have them want to show us, the companies that are doing a really good job wanting to show us, again, I know that's kind of wishful thinking in certain aspects, but I really wonder if there's a way that we could implement some of that
Well,
on a larger scale.
the way I see that being implemented is by abandoning patent laws and copyright and all those sort of laws, because that is where this desire to keep everything secret comes from. Because fundamentally, companies can charge huge profits if they're the only people that know how to do something. And I'm not going so far as saying that, they need to be obligated to tell people how they do what they're doing. But you take the KFC recipe, right? You can't patent, to my knowledge, you can't patent a food recipe because it's too derivative, and you can't patent derivatives. But clearly, KFC wants to keep their recipe secret, so they've invested hugely in keeping their recipe secrets. But there's been many attempts to replicate the recipe, and some people have been quite successful. And the best KFC has been able to do is prevent people from marketing it as the KFC recipe. But there are recipes out there that are pretty much just like the KFC spice blend sold by spice blend companies. It's just they've been forced in the law to call it a different name. They can't represent as KFC. So just because you get rid of patent laws doesn't mean people aren't going to be able to protect their secret knowledge. All that happens when you get rid of patent laws is you allow people to go, oh, someone's creating that. You know what? I can do that too. And then going forth and developing a better version of that. But no way hold, there's a patent law. I patented the right to produce this product because I was the first to come up with it. Therefore, you are now, for the next 20 years, not allowed to create something like this, which is complete bullshit.
Yeah, Chick Vicious. I was mentioning the low pay also in the response to people who talk about communism and people losing motivation of everybody like getting paid the same. There could be the same. There's the same thing on the opposite end extreme too, with crony capitalism, of people in dead end work where they're just very broke, and the system is fixed in a way where there's hardly any upward mobility, where you can just lose hope there too, just like on the other end extreme.
And
both extremes.
That's what the libertarian approach is to trying to fix. I think we're all in agreement with that part.
The Vicky circling around to that strangely.
And lack of transparency is a good. By the way, it's a good thing that you brought up, because lack of transparency is a magnet for corruption.
It seems to be a common denominator, and whether anything can be done about it or not is a different thing. But it really seems to be one of those things that you can drill right down, and if the company had shared and been honest, and there's an expectation that that's not going to happen, and that may be human nature. I don't know exactly how deep that part goes, but it just feels like maybe there's something that can be worked with there.
Tax havens and shell companies.
So I mean, take baby powder as an example. I don't know if this is true or not, but Johnson & Johnson had a class action. I mean, I know the class action lawsuit was true. I don't know if they were successful or not. But Johnson & Johnson had a class action lawsuit put against them for putting a carcinogenic product in their baby powder. And the big scandal was they specifically knew it was carcinogenic, and they specifically did nothing about it.
Really?
I think, yeah, within like 2 weeks of news of that class action lawsuit happening, every other baby powder manufacturer put on their product guaranteed carcinogen free.
Yeah.
Because they obviously weren't putting carcinogens in their baby powder, and they saw someone fucked up, and they used an opportunity to market the fact that they had no carcinogens. And Johnson & Johnson's baby powder took a massive knock as a result.
And maybe that's
everything in business.
And that's part of the cost of doing something shitty, I would think.
Yes.
That is a natural consequence right there, yeah.
But this is why you need many actors in every industry.
Right.
That mechanism is not present when you have monopoly. And that's what's wrong with government regulation, is it seems to entrench and create monopoly and oligopoly. So remove the regulation, increase the actors, and you solve a lot of problems.
The Johnson thing, they fixed it, right? Because I got a large bottle of Johnson.
Like I said, I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw that news story and I stopped buying Johnson & Johnson's products. And literally that's all that happened in my head. I didn't even know if it was true or not. It's just
I think it happened a long time ago. I think it happened a long time ago. The class action was for adults that are now facing medical problems because of it.
Yeah. So like, but interesting. I'm just thinking about my own reaction. You know, whether it was true or not, just like if Johnson & Johnson's was the only people that manufacture their products, then I would have gone, okay, well, what's going on here? Is this true or not? But simply because there's someone else that produces everything Johnson & Johnson's produces, I heard that story. I was like, cool, I'm not buying Johnson & Johnson anymore. I just went straight to the competition.
Go different.
That's why when I say reputation is the ultimate check and balance. I know Naviki like your checks and balances. Like people go, oh no, that's not a big thing. But like what I just described is how reputation works. Like I didn't care if it was true or not. Just because someone threw a stone, it shattered, and I went somewhere else.
Diversity is good within all systems for the evolution. It's evolution. It leans towards adaptation, to progress.
If it's free, yes. But Daltsu, welcome to the conversation. Any initial thoughts on libertarianism?
I'm pretty in the air about it. Like I tend to agree with the basic notion that less government the better, but then once we start talking about when regulations are needed, I start getting a little bit more like, should we regulate education? Because like it would be nice to live in a country where everyone is aware of like the scientific realities that we've discovered. But at the same time, like, it doesn't take much to end up in a 1984-esque, like, whatever, like, consumerism is being taught to the masses or whatever. It's a fine line that I find it hard to parse.
So we were talking about laws earlier in the discussion, and specifically equality of opportunity. You know, as it pertains to libertarianism, the only thing fair in regards to equality of opportunity is equality under law. That's literally the only objective bar we can put out there and say, you know, we can measure everyone equal against that. As it pertains to true equality of opportunity, I think this is delineating between physical opportunity versus legal opportunity. As it pertains to our physical world, there's no way to reasonably provide equality of opportunity. So we just don't even consider it.
I already addressed that.
Yeah, no, hold on. I'm talking to Del2 now. So when you raise the question of education, you rightly put forward that, you know, as soon as you regulate education, you can run into 1984. And I would argue that on some level, that's an attempt to regulate thought. And we have freedom of religion, not because it's specifically freedom of religion, but it's freedom, the freedom of the right to believe what you want to believe in. And so really what we're talking about is freedom of thought. And why that's important is, as much as there's education out there, I would argue very little of the education out there is objectively true. So what I mean by that is libertarianism, as much as I advocate for it, as much as I see evidence for its benefits, I cannot say that with 100% certainty that everything I advocate for is true. Thus, it's a belief of mine that libertarianism is the best. And even though I think there's a lot of correlative evidence that supports the notion of libertarianism over dictatorship or communism, as an example, it's merely correlative. It's not causal, and I can't with certainty say which is better. So my worry about regulating education is we have insufficient knowledge to regulate education. We don't know the specific causal relationships of most things. Most of our body of knowledge is rested on correlation, and some good correlations, albeit, but correlation nevertheless.
So
things change over.
You wouldn't necessarily think there's anything we should regulate education-wise, like maybe how to interact with governmental structures and stuff like that, or should we? Because at a certain level, you could say natural selection will, in a way, sort of weed out those economically less viable solutions to education, because the school won't do as well because the students from there won't do as well, and so less people will put their kids through there. But in that process, you end up with a lot of people who end up with a bad education, and so maybe to kind of save time, it might be good to regulate, say, the basic laws of physics or something into the education system, or how to do your taxes, or how to write a check, or whatever the thing is. But I
studied accounting. I studied accounting in university. Literally, by the time I left university, okay, fair, I did a number of degrees, but by the time I left university, all the accounting practices I learned in university had changed. So, if it's going to be a 100% objective fact, like maths or language, or history, history can be presented subjectively, but can also be presented objectively. If you're representing something as a matter of fact, yeah, I guess we could regulate it. But as soon as we get into a matter of opinion or a high probability, it becomes less clear if we should be regulating that. So if you want to teach people the theory of gravity, which is an objective truth that's never going to change, 100%, go for it. But if you're regulating string theory, and black hole theories and stuff that we think we're out on, but we're not sure, it becomes a bit more tricky there.
Like, the general issue I see with, like, libertarianism is, like, when the government isn't kind of like has, like, but the monopoly of the force, then something else will step in and infiltrate it, and it'll have corrupt motives, like, at times.
No, well, yes and no. So we see, so just accept there's always going to be corrupt motives, but with various aspects of societal services, those corrupt motives can be curtailed and controlled through free market competition. It's evident that when it pertains to public services, that multiple actors in competition leads to negative outcomes. So, in South Africa, we have a failed police state. So, our police services don't work. And what's resulted is wealthy people have private security companies that provide justice to them. They have private investigators and people that go privately sort out these matters in quotation marks. And the poor people, they receive no justice, and what happens is, criminality is practiced in the poorer communities, and we have kangaroo courts now. So, like, someone will yell thief, some kid will get mixed up in the confusion, then he'll be hung up, strung up, a towel be put around his neck, and they'll be burnt alive. Because the community is so angry at the lack of the police enforcing criminal justice laws. So I would argue that's private market actors, i.e. private security companies, acting in competition within a public service, which is legal justice. And it's very clear that you don't have justice unless you have justice for all. And the private market can't provide justice for all. So yeah, police services, public good, government has a business there. And I think that's very clear.
Well, I mean, Like, I mean, so, I mean, that would be like private. Are you saying the justice system should be privatized, or I'm not sure I got that point.
No, I'm saying in South Africa, because of the failure of state-run police services, justice has essentially been privatized to the point where only the rich get justice and the poor get anything but.
Okay. Well, I mean, generally what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Generally, what I'm kind of saying though is like it's kind of like you're saying like free market competition is the replacement for like government regulations. But what happens when it'll take a long time before consumers will realize that something's harmful, and then there'll be irreversible consequences that won't be able to be solved by free market competition. It would be solved by close monitoring and regulation.
So the evidence for it being solved by close monitoring and regulation is lacking. So we were talking about cigarettes earlier. The FDA's demonstrated failure to curb malpractice in the tobacco industry. Yeah.
I think there should be a balance between the government and the business. That's all. You can go roaming free and then being regulated to a certain degree, not too harsh, not too, like just right.
Look, I mean, it seems apparent to me that all our recent discoveries of malpractice by companies have the malpractice has happened even with the regulation, and it's been private actors that have discovered this and forced solutions, not the government regulation. So, I mean, there was a big scandal about VW with their whole emissions thing, and how they were bribing the regulator, and no, I don't think it was bribing the regulator. I think they were cheating the regulations by putting some chip in the car when it was going for testing, and then removing it, and then so that it would pass the test, and then it obviously wasn't being manufactured with this part in the vehicle. And the reason that's important is that they were using government regulations to make their sales cheaper so that they could sell their cars more effectively. Otherwise, their cars would have been in another carbon bracket and it would be more expensive, so they would have sold less. So the European regulatory body failed, the FDA failed in that case, and nobody found out until a private German lawyer took VW to court and won a case of fraud and set a trend. I think he did it in America, but it was a private actor. Wasn't any government regulation that found this out. It was the private market. And like you raise a good point in saying, well, what if it's slow? If it's slow, it's going to be slow. What I would say is, if you live in a free society, it's going to come out faster than if you lived in a regulated society.
But you can't separate completely, though. Is what I'm saying. Like, it was a creation of a government that led to the flourishing of businestions. They're both kind of connected. You can't just completely get rid of one.
Like, I kind of want to kind of respond to that. Yeah. But like, it kind of sounds like what you're saying is, if there was ever a flaw in monitoring regulation, to call for less, not more, because people will just break the law. It's almost like kind of like assuming like, because people should break the law, or people could break the law, that means we shouldn't even bother with having a law. I mean, it just sounds kind of like a weak argument.
No, we should assume people are going to break the law. I think that's a fair assumption. But it's not to say that we shouldn't have laws. It's just to say that we should have effective laws, right? Like, it's very clear that the FDA doesn't do their job very well. And the one part of the medical fraternity that they don't regulate is the professional part of who becomes a doctor. That is done entirely by the private sector and has been done successfully. It's when you hear about doctor malpractice, it's because they like made a mistake. There's very little malicious actors in the doctor's profession, and that's as a result. That's a result of private regulation. It's not a result of government regulation.
I mean, it kind of just seems like that's just too risky. It's kind of like maybe there could be an instance where the private market will self-regulate it, but then it's almost kind of like you wouldn't like their solution to like a poorly the government not doing its job is like to make it so that you can have like poisonous food and then just wait till the consumers figure it out or let I mean it just sounds like it's just like it's a big risk. It's like a vacuum. It's like sometimes the market will figure it out, but sometimes it won't, and then you get really hurt.
Don't you think a structural engineer or an architect would be if they fucked up and a building collapsed, that could have some pretty negative consequences?
Yeah, but like that would be after the fact that all the people died before. You know what I mean? There would be like a government like forcibly monitoring the situation. Like then all the people in the building would be dead already, and it'd be like, yeah, let's not do that again. But like,
no, but here's the thing: the government doesn't monitor engineers or architects. Just like doctors, the engineering certification board is an NPO thing run by engineers. The architectural certification board is an NPO thing run by architects. They are self-regulated professions that arguably, if these professionals fucked up, leads to catastrophe. But it doesn't lead to catastrophe. Buildings stand because the people that put them up are regulated by the private sector.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure about like how like industries are like regulated, but I'm pretty sure there is some sort of government involvement in there. I don't think it could just be like there could just be a bunch of elitists in the industry, and then they can just kind of call the shots however they see. I mean, how would they get away with that?
No, but that's exactly how the medical fraternity operates. I mean, yes, governmental force is required in terms of the rule of law. So the boards, the medical certification board in America, and the legal certification board, and the architectural certification board, and the engineering certification board, all these boards are run independently by professionals within that profession, and they test and examine other professionals so that people can call themselves professionals, like an engineer, a lawyer, a doctor, etc. Right? And these are protected terms by these MPOs, such that if you call yourself a doctor without having passed the medical board exam, where the government gets involved is you are now committing fraud, right? Which is part of the judicial system, because you are lying about a protected term. And it's only a protected term because these private actors have sought to create a standard, and they have set the standard, and they maintain and monitor that standard in a private, privately so.
Right, but that's something that's something a regulation would prevent, the fraud that could exist in malpractice, which could have deadly consequences.
No. What happens is you become a doctor, and if you do something professionally incorrect, for which the medical fraternity could have prevented, what happens is, as part of your membership fees to call yourself a doctor and be part of the fraternity, you pay into a insurance fund that covers such lack of professionalism, right? And then equally so, do you have multiple levels of insurance that cover malpractice on your own behalf, so that people get paid out if you screw up. This has been the standard that's been set because people expect the higher standards of our doctors. All these things to sort of correct for mistakes doctors can be made are private market solutions. None of them are governmental. And people keep saying, "Oh, but you know, when these markets self-regulate themselves, there's going to be fraud and corruption." I'm like, show me where it is, because when I look at all these private market regulators, I see a lack of corruption. I see people doing effective jobs. I see buildings standing. This doesn't happen. That's not a fucking miracle. That's because a structural engineer put it up. Because he's passed the structural engineer board exam set by other structural engineers that said that he is qualified to do the work. There's no government involved there, and it works perfectly.
By the
Why
way,
can't we run the rest of the
Well, I
society
mean,
with this notion?
but like saying like opening up, but it's kind of troubling to like open up a vacuum where you could say like, okay, maybe you could even argue like that there hasn't been much of that to exist, but then it's kind of like opening a vacuum where it could exist. Potential for it to go.
No, but yes, a vacuum exists. I call that demand, right? If the government's not providing that demand doesn't go away, right? What's going to happen if there's a demand in a free market is someone's going to pop up to provide the demand. That's how the free market works. It services demands.
By the way,
So where we have seen a lack of government regulation, there's been this demand for regulation, and private market actors have stepped in, and they don't seem to fuck up in that regulation.
by the way, deniability. A lot of these people are talking about businesses free to do what they want, and with being against regulations. Now they're talking about regulations and cancel culture of complaining now from the right, because a lot of the right they always talk about, oh, we're against regulations and businesses should do what they want, and now when they feel like the companies are doing things that they feel like they're being targeted or being canceled, now all of a sudden talking about, oh no, we should have regulations, and businesses shouldn't be canceling. Businesses shouldn't do what they want. And where, yeah.
Vivek, I'd argue that those who are calling for the government to step in situations where platforms are banning people, I wouldn't say that before this situation they were pro small government, because all we have to do is look at the two-dimensional spectrum, and you've got people on the right who are both authoritarian and libertarian.
Navik struggles with his left and right. I don't think he's fully accepted the psychological indication that it is from our previous conversation. He seems to want to attach policies to left or right.
Yeah, but I mean, it's true. It's one of my instincts as well was to call hypocrisy when I see folks begging, what would appear to be conservative people begging the government to do something about the platforms banning their
What they
people.
specifically want the government to appeal is net neutrality laws and this retarded reality we have where you can't sue YouTube if you get cancelled, because the government just needs to stand out of that and allow Alex Jones to use whatever funds at his disposal to sue YouTube for cancelling him. That's all he has to do, and because YouTube should be a public platform and should observe freedom of speech if they want to not be liable for what they publish, because that's how they should operate. When they censor someone and violate freedom of speech, then we need not change anything to our laws. We just need the government to uphold the rule of law. They need to uphold freedom of speech, and because YouTube is a public platform, they may not censor somebody. And it's really as simple as that. And then the courts can look at the case between Alex Jones and YouTube, and maybe the courts favor the side of YouTube, and then there's no issue. But that right of Alex Jones is being barred from him, and it's against the law. It's against his constitutional rights, and it's not right under any stretch of the imagination. And what I think would happen if you had that is YouTube would take a step back and say, listen, we can't censor, but there's obviously this problem with our algorithm, and we don't want to be held responsible for what our algorithm does. So we're going to have to change the way the algorithm works. It's going to be making less money, But you know what? We might suffer too much reputation damage if it becomes known that the YouTube algorithm is leading to genocide in Africa, which seems to be the case. It's not leading to genocide in America. It's leading to like other problems in America, but like it's leading to actual violence in third world countries. And I see that YouTube wants to do something about it, and the solution of censoring it doesn't seem to it seems to have negative externalities, and I think they just need to get back with the program, appeal net neutrality laws, go for be a public platform, be a private publisher, and see consequences of either, and adjust their business model appropriately.
Yeah, Rich, I understand that there are people that are authoritarian and liberal on the right, but I'm just talking about the hypocrites.
Well, I mean,
one thing and then saying something else.
But I mean, net neutrality laws would prevent it. Would be able to prevent it so that like you couldn't say that like there could be less traffic, or that traffic would be slowed down on this site and then not on that site. Like there's many sites that are being taken down, and a step from that could be like certain maybe conservative sites even could get their traffic slowed down at where another site wouldn't, and that's going to be protected by net neutrality. For that to not happen.
Specific parts of net, I accept that there's been a lot of propaganda spin about net neutrality. Net neutrality is not neutral. It's literally like the Patriot Act. The specific section is Section 230. Section 230C2 provides immunity from civil liabilities for information service providers that remove or restrict content from the services they deem obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable, whether or not such material is constitutionally protected, as long as they act in good faith in this section. Right? So the specific concern is Section 230. I'm not talking about what everyone's been led to believe is the case, that it's about bandwidth and infrastructure. There are other parts of net neutrality, specifically Section 230. It's literally like the Patriots Act. People have used nice wording to convince everyone that this is about keeping the net neutral, but in practice, hidden in the wording is the Section 230, which allows YouTube to censor without the corresponding civil liabilities.
So I mean, I'm researching like the Section 230, but I mean like mainly like when you even look up the basic definition, it says bandwidth. It says it's about bandwidth and like not being able to decide between content types. So like Section 230 just undoes that.
No, when they brought in the Patriots Act, they say, listen, this is just about protecting the country. It's about anti-terrorism. So about all these things everyone agreed with. But really, what it did is it allowed for the abuse of personal privacy, and it generated none of the aims of reducing terrorism. So there's a difference between what the act's called, and more often than not, you find in America, if it's called the Patriots Act, it's probably anti-patriotic. It's called the Net Neutrality Act, probably not neutral to the net. If it's called Antifa, and they say they're anti-fascist, probably has a bit of fascism in it.
I mean, there's a difference between like the name of the bill and like a main tenet of the law. I mean, the main tenet of the Patriot Act is basically wiretap, allowing a mass amount of wiretapping. I mean, but literally like if the definition, even reading into net neutrality, it does have to do with bandwidth. I mean, saying like saying like net neutrality wouldn't have to do with like bandwidth and not being able to treat them neutrally. I mean, that's in the law. So
net neutrality is like a broad political talking points like pro-life or pro-choice. There's a lot of concepts wrapped up in it, and morphs and changes where you're talking about in America, or you're talking about in the European Union, or you're talking about in Africa. It's a general political movement about net neutrality. How it's iterated specifically in the United States of America has very little to do with infrastructure. and what you think it's about. It has everything to do with YouTube lobbying the government, specific legislation that allows them to censor on their platform without the corresponding civil liability. Specific regulation is Section 230. As I understand it, had been appealed in some court somewhere, but for some reason is still in practice.
All I see now is that should be just the right amount of regulation and the right amount of freedom for the benefit of society. I'm not like 100% like, oh yeah, all the way of being against regulation. Or I just think that there should be a balance between the right
live Pangburn philosopher. I loathe Wikipedia, but Wikipedia seems to be more or less accurate on Section 230. If you want to read up on it, I do encourage. Maybe we could do a show on legal jargon, because long has it been my experience that what a politician says about a regulation or law and what the regulation or law actually says, once you understand legal jargon, more often than not, two different things. It's like Shell Oil Company. I believe I don't know what law it is, but there used to be cases in America that if you own land, you own all the minerals related to that land below it. But Shell Oil got some favorable legislation passed that allowed them to appropriate any land where they found natural gas, so for fracking operations. This resulted in people having like nice 50 acre plots, put their house next to this nice feature, but because Shell found natural gas 20 meters from their house, they now have their nice, like, beautiful holiday or retirement home in the countryside, and they've got a fracking operation right next door on their property because Shell has those rights because of favorable legislation. We don't need more government regulation in the private sector. They must stick to the rule of law, and they must stay in their corner. We need to get the government back in its rightful box.
I mean, but I mean, are you saying like there shouldn't be any kind of regulation, or like to what extent should we have regulation or shouldn't have regulation?
So we shouldn't have government regulation in the private sector, and we shouldn't have private market actors in the public sector. The public sector is defined economically by products or services that are non-rivalrous and non-excludable, and the private sector being defined by products and services that are rivalrous and excludable.
So I mean, like no regulation, like even in the food sector, like at all.
Yes.
There should be a right amount of regulation.
Which by the way, most of the accepted food regulation in the food sector is private. No one ever really takes the FDA seriously when it comes to food regulation.
There should be just the right amount of regulation. That's what there should be, and the right amount of companies roaming free. It's not just 100% one way on anything. There should be a balance.
Right? Food's a good example. The FDA's standards for what is safe for human consumption is laughable, to the point where they are insufficient. So they insufficiently meet the demand for food quality assurance. As such, private market actors have seen this insufficient demand and they use it as a marketing tactic.
A lot of regulation from governing helped businesses grow.
Which government regulation?
You don't want any if you don't want any type of company growing in a way where it's not good for society. You have you should have just the right amount of regulation for businesses and just the right amount of letting businesses go free. I understand like you don't want to be too harsh on businesses, but you have to have some
the
regulation.
only acceptable regulation I see is anti-competitive commissions, because there's a very small but unlikely externality that mostly seems to arise with the innovation of new technology for brief times where market forces, where there's a critical moment where market forces they can't respond effectively enough, and a government agent stepping in to cut up monopolistic abuse seems to be the only solution. So, like, a good example of this was when Microsoft started becoming a giant. And when they first released Internet Explorer, they would only allow advertising from companies affiliated with them to appear. So they were stuck with huge competition commission stuff saying that, if they're going to have an internet browser, it has to be, what's that word again? A public platform. And if Microsoft doesn't want to be liable for everything that's said, they have to allow other people on. And yeah, that was corrected. And I think the argument can quite clearly be made that if that wasn't corrected in that short space of time, Microsoft could have reached abusive levels of control over the internet, which would be very bad. So I see good use value in antitrust law, but beyond that, the government just observing the rule of law.
What about the 08 crash?
Enforcing fraud and all that. We've been through the 08 crash in detail. Do we really need to go over it again? We talked about subprime ad nauseum.
I could give a 2-second.
I mean that was actually something that allowed fraud to exist, where like basically you could have a toxic CDO and then bet against it and then sell it to consumers. I mean, you're saying that something like that shouldn't exist to protect that?
I'm saying when you get to the derivatives related to subprime, those derivatives, they shouldn't have existed under the financial regulatory law. They existed because compliance officers in these firms were being bribed to look the other way. So a key part of the process was corrupted.
Yeah, but how exactly it was corrupted? That's what I'm saying. Like there would be nothing preventing it from being corrupted more.
Well, see, the corruption seems to be a characteristic of government regulation. I don't know why precisely it is, but it does seem to be the case that private market regulators don't act in corrupt ways.
Or businesses.
I'm as yet unaware of any mass corruption scandal when it comes to the medical bar or the legal fraternity.
I mean, there's like one thing is like it seems like if it's like, let's say there's a privatization and then there's a monopoly in the market, then I just don't see like what would prevent, like, even if like you were to say like let's kind of like some kind of like fraud or whatever that would be against the rule of law. How would people even know if the government's not monitoring it? I mean, it would have to happen like after damage has been done, like far after damage has been done.
I don't know why it's the case that the medical bar is not hasn't been corrupted, but it does seem to be the case. It's an entirely private actor. It has a monopoly over the market. If you want to become a doctor in America, there's only one place you go. There's only one exam you can take, and it just seems to be the case that it's highly respected and they value their reputation, and they don't seem to be corruptible. However, when you look at a government regulator within the same medical sector, the FDA, you see many examples of corruption. And I don't precisely know why it is. It just seems to be the case that when the government engages in regulating the private sector,
aren't laws made for people not to abuse others? I mean, like a Hippocratic oath.
No, laws are made to abuse people, to imprison people that abuse others.
No, you can't use your expertise to hurt a person.
Yes, you can.
Like a doctor or a business guy.
Yes, you can.
No, a doctor can't do that.
You can claim to be a doctor and
Hippocratic
cause harm
oath
that way. Right. Again, you can claim to be a doctor.
No, it's not a claim. You're a doctor.
No,
I agree.
You have moral responsibility.
Nivek, when I say you can claim to be a doctor, I mean someone that hasn't gone through the medical process of becoming an actual doctor, and then you can create harm that way. That is called fraud. It's already a section under law, and because you're now a fraud, you can be prosecuted under law.
No, man, you can't use your knowledge to manipulate a person in getting over on them.
So that's the case of a non-doctor, and the case of fraud, where you can clearly use information to cause harm. The other case is if you were a doctor who had gone through the process and had achieved the title of doctor, and you weren't being fraudulent when you introduced yourself as a doctor, so your claim was accurate and true, and then you can create harm by not dispensing the best information possible. And this does seem to happen.
Not just doctor, broker, banker.
But notably, when this happens in the medical fraternity, it seems to be the case that it happens because of
it don't matter. We have laws that
there doesn't seem to
are
be
place.
malice involved when doctors screw up. It seems to be regular human error and mistake, as opposed to when you look at government regulated sectors, there seems to be malice in the errors, because the corruptibility of government allows for that malice. Like I said, I don't know why it's the case that all the professional bodies that are privately regulated, that we absolutely require the highest standards for, or we end up with catastrophes in society. I don't know why it's the case that these privately run regulators have not been corrupted and seem to do their jobs to a high level of efficacy, but it does seem to be the case.
I mean, wait, is my audio coming in? Yeah. But like, it seems like having it seems like government being corruptible is a separate issue. Like that, then the solution would just be to solve the problem about the government being corruptible, and then having good regulation and monitoring where it's consistent. Like, I think that if there is government being corrupt, then that's kind of like a parasite levels argument where you would have to have a solution against the parasite, not the
Well, notably in the engineering fraternity, at least here in South Africa, it is the practice of some property developers to bribe engineers for their signature, and it's been the case that when this has happened, buildings have collapsed, injuring, killing many people. And what happens in those things, because it's a matter of record who the engineer that signed off on the building is we find out who it is. We find out that he didn't do his job. He loses his license as an engineer. He can no longer call himself an engineer, and he'll never have the opportunity to be an engineer in the future because of his malpractice of the profession, as it were. And it seems that this barring from the profession seems to be an accurate cure for this, because people invest huge amounts into becoming these sorts of professionals, and if they lose access to that, they lose their livelihood. So it's not. When I argue for libertarianism, I'm not saying there aren't going to be corrections, and when we experience those corrections, obviously there's going to be some level of harm propagated within society. All I'm saying is that those self-corrections happen far sooner, and because they happen far sooner, they have less of a harmful impact than if they were regulated by the governments. They seem to have a much more harmful impact and much more perverted negative outcomes for society.
But there has to be some degree, right?
So all this is saying is you're right to say that there's clear faults in the system. But when I look at it from the libertarian perspective, I go, okay, that's what we call a correction. You know, because freedom has a self-correcting mechanism within it. Like totalitarianism doesn't have a self-correcting mechanism. Unless you're going to tell me that we have the right answers for everything, then I don't see how we can regulate it. And specifically because we don't have the right answers for everything, we need the self-correcting mechanisms of freedom to address problems when and how they arise. And all government regulation seems to do is effectively hide those problems, prolong them, and build them up into catastrophes.
Well, but a good example against that would be in the 30s and the 80s we had glass place, and then the effect was that we had
broke up there. In the 30s and the 80s, you had.
In the 30s and the 80s we had like 0 bank crashes, but then before that we had a bank crash every 7 years.
Yeah, so Central Reserve Bank came into practice in 1915, and I think everybody made a strong case for all these booms and crash cycles to relate back to Central Reserve Bank and keeping interest rates artificially low. If interest rates were allowed to float, as the market got riskier and riskier, those interest rates would get higher and higher, and that would disincentivize more purchasing and would prevent the creation of bubbles. You have no bubble, you have no pop. Yes, people will still lose out if you don't have a bubble, but what will happen is people will lose out faster. It'll prevent the bubble from happening, and you'd have this small correction where a couple people would lose out, but the rest of the market would be fine.
That's a good example.
Are you denying that like in the 30s and the 80s there were 0 bank crashes because of Glass-Steagall? Or
look at the S&L crisis. The 80s was not nearly free from bank crashes.
Yeah, there was a massive bank crash in the 30s called the Great Depression. Don't know if you heard about it. But no, we've had a cycle of boom and bust ever since Central Reserve Banking has been introduced.
And also in the 80s, holy cow, someone's got some serious echo. In the 80s, there was what they called the savings and loan crisis. Just a quick Google search of that. 3,234 savings and loan associations became insolvent from 1986 to 1995.
I mean, that was after Glass-Steagall, though.
1986 was certainly after Glass-Steagall.
Exactly.
Everyone points to Glass-Steagall. The Central Reserve Banking, you can plot this mathematically. It is the current debt model we live in is bound to fail. It's just a matter of when, not if, but when. And when you keep interest rates artificially low, you make the price of money worthless, and you get capital inflation. It's like, and society can only sustain so much capital inflation before it pops. This is what we've all been experiencing the last 70 years. Boom and bust.
I thought you said plane crash.
If we take the central banks out of the picture.
Holy crap. Sorry, guys. It's 2:30 in the morning. I really enjoyed our conversation, but I have to be up in 3.5 hours. So I have to love you and leave you. and please join me next week, which will be our plausible devil's advocate Saturday. I don't know what weird and wonderful term I'll be taking. If you guys have some ideas, you're welcome to DM me. I'm currently deciding between gender is fluid or veganism is the future, and I will be trying to argue those concepts as successfully as I can. If you have something else, please pop it to me in DM in the next 2 days so I can do my research. But yeah, otherwise, I'll see you guys next week. Have a good one.
Have a good night.
You guys are free to continue talking. I'm sure Travis is still recording, but this ends our moderating section of the conversation. Good night, guys.
Night.
Good night.
I kind of slightly agree with what he says, not completely.
That's a good start. What I was mentioning about taking central banks out of the picture, I don't think it would actually change our debt model, since another institution, not necessarily government regulated, would be the one, presiding over the loans provided to nations. So I'm not so sure that libertarianism would solve the this debt cycle problem.
Are you talking about solving the inflation and deflation cycles?
Yeah. Well, not so much cycle as much as the perpetual inflation we've been going through since introduction of central banking.
So what are you for?
I'm just trying to point out problems here. But no, what I'm for, sheesh. I don't know if I can sum that up in short enough, clear fashion, but let's try.
You say you don't like central bank.
Yeah, so
because it's bad.
Because it makes our money worthless. That's one of the biggest problems I see. What I'm for is
I mean, as an alternative to the central bank.
Right. Decentralized cryptocurrency. That's what I'm for. And we already have that. The only problem is that governments are trying to get their hold on it. Are taxing the profit made off of it. And yeah, as an alternative though, that's how I see it. It's a currency that's tangible, that behaves similar to gold or to an actual commodity, and it's backed up by
But the what when central, so you said an central bank like throw a lot of money at the government when there's a problem, it causes inflation.
Wait, say that again?
You saying the central bank it causes inflation, right?
That's right.
Because it throws a lot of money at problems.
Well, not quite. It prints money with no tangible backup. You can no longer trade your currency, your cash, for gold, which is what you used to be able to do. And that means that it takes value from the existing currency as soon as any central bank prints extra money.
Okay, so it'll just be private banks then, right? With no central.
I mean, ideally, I don't want a bank. Ideally, there's no. I don't see much use for them. Yes, they can provide security, but yeah, as long as you're a fairly responsible person, and as long as you have private insurance, that you can take care of your own security. The issue that I see with central banks, however, is that they make sure that the value of what you've got in your bank is artificial. They make sure that the nations that they serve are so deeply indebted that they have no choice but to continue to borrow. And at the end of the day, it's the middle class that pays the price.
And it throws its power around as a arm of the government, right? And what you can and can't do in like loans, right?
I suppose. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, Nivik, if you think about what
central bank is power of the government, because things are done through money. So
the central bank is outside of government.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, in the United States, the central bank is called the Federal Reserve, and they're a private corporation that's enabled by federal law to act on the behalf of the federal government, and basically the Congress delegated the powers of printing money to the Federal Reserve Bank, which is a private corporation.
Okay. Federal Reserve and central bank. I'm guessing they're separate, right? Those are separate.
Well, the Federal Reserve is a central bank.
So let's say like federal money going to somewhere, you can tell people what to do and not to do, unless they want some money. So the money's power.
The power that the Federal Reserve has is that they have the power to determine. They have the power to determine how much money gets printed essentially in our economy. So there's a certain amount of money in circulation. They take money out of circulation by selling. They take money out of circulation and put it back into circulation by selling and buying government debt, and that changes how much money is circulating around the economy, and so they control essentially pricing levels by controlling the money supply.
Doolittle, sorry to interrupt. I just want to mention that from what I've found, Federal Reserve is in fact an agency of the federal government and reports to and is directly accountable to Congress.
I mean, the Congress even appoints the chair of the Federal Reserve. It's totally government run.
Right. I was just I was surprised to hear that it was private. I'm like, wait, hold on a minute.
The Federal Reserve is a private corporation.
The Federal Reserve? It says Federal Reserve. What?
No,
the Federal Reserve is a private corporation?
No, it's not private. It's a branch. I mean, it's an agency. It's a government agency. That's what the Federal Reserve is. Not a private corporation.
What's even the argument that it is a private corporation? I don't even.
Yeah, they say that it's regulated like one, but it's still a government agency.
Those people complaining, they're for private corporations. The people complaining about the Federal Reserve are for private corporation for private corporations.
Right, but the Federal Reserve is not a private corporation.
Yeah. Well,
So
I mean, it's almost
It's just I'm trying to understand things here.
Yeah, I mean, it almost in of itself is a governmental body. It's like a branch. It's like, as you said, like a branch of the government. It's like it's not even, not only is it not like a private corporation or like regulated by one. It's like it is almost like a government institution in of itself. It's a Federal Reserve. Like I understand how people could say it's a corporation. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's just a check. Is my audio coming in? I've had some issues in the past.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I had to do a whole like thing. Okay.
Aren't people that say it's a private corporations for private corporation?
Say that again?
People that say it's a private corporation is for private corporations, right?
But it's not a private corporation.
Yeah, I understand it's not, but I'm just saying.
Well, I think
I'm trying to get the argument of the of folks when they say it is. Some people, you said some people they say it is.
They say it is, then they're.
No, I'm just saying some people argue that it is.
Well,
yeah, I think like what we're trying to say is like I think the guy that was saying that the Federal Reserve was a corporation. I don't know why, but I think he's saying like he's on the side of like more of like the private sector regulating itself, and like he would make that argument. I think that's what he's saying. Like, right? Or but he's kind of on that side, if you will, kind of.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand things as all.
Yeah, not you, the person that said that though. Like, I think it was it Dr. Doolittle, I think.
Yeah.
Wait, were you was it like the Federal Reserve as a corporation, or I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
How?
What do you mean how?
That's what I mean.
How's any bank a private corporation?
No, how you said if you're making the claim that it's a private corporation, I'm asking how is it a private corporation? Like it's literally like the chair of it's appointed by the president of the federal government.
Sorry, say that again.
Oh, I mean, like the government, the Federal Reserve itself. I mean, it's appointed. The chair of the Federal Reserve is always appointed by the president itself. Like
the chairman of the board of governors of the Federal Reserve is appointed by the president.
No, it's all totally like within a governmental section. I mean, like, what's even the argument? What reason would you have to say it's even a private corporation? That's what I don't even understand. Literally. I mean, is that the claim? I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm asking. I'm not sure then.
I don't know why there needs to be a claim.
Are you claiming that the Federal Reserve is a corporation or not? That's what I like. What's your position? What are you saying?
Yeah, the Federal Reserve is independent of the United States government, except that their board of governors, which dictates, their policy, is appointed by the federal government.
So you're saying that it's not connected to the federal government, but the federal government appoints its leaders and they determine its policy.
For example, NV Energy is a private corporation, okay, and the policies of NV Energy are dictated by the governor of the state of Nevada. NV Energy is not an entity of the federal government or of the state government. It's a private corporation owned by private individuals, and it just happens that their governance has to be expressly allowed by the state. And the Federal Reserve Bank is a private corporation. It just happens that the governance of the Federal Reserve is to some extent a matter of policy of the federal government, and one of the aspects of that is that the chairman of the board of the Federal Reserve is appointed by the president of the United States. The other members of the board of the Federal Reserve. Like there's I don't know 12 different branches or something in the Federal Reserve. They're not appointed by the government. Who appoints the branch of the New York Fed?
So they're bad because they're a private corporation.
No, I didn't say that.
Wait, what's even the argument though? I mean, like even if that's true, like you're saying the government doesn't have any involvement. Like even if that, I mean, but I actually think by definition, actually, it is a branch of the government itself. So I mean, like even if you're gonna make the comparison between that and like a state-run like water supply center, like that's not really a valid comparison because like that water supply center is not a branch of the state government. It's kind of like controlled by the state government, but the Federal Reserve is a branch of the government. It backs our currency.
Just because it's called the Federal Reserve doesn't mean that it's owned by the federal government.
But it is. So I mean, it's a branch of the federal government.
Like you mean like the branch of the federal government, like the Department of State, or like the U.S. Army?
I mean, like the Federal Reserve. I mean, it's a branch of the federal government. However you want to.
So it's not. Do you think they answer to the president of the United States? Like, who do you think they answer to? Do they answer to the Department of Treasury? What's the control scheme there?
Well, they would answer to the federal government. I mean, that's who would like they would be. The leaders would be appointed to them, and it would be regulated and controlled by the government.
Okay, so let's go to Wikipedia just to give you some information. And I'm not in control of this Wikipedia page, but I'll just read it to you. Legal status of the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve or the Fed. The reserve banks, plural, are organized as self-financing corporations and empowered by Congress to distribute currency and regulate its value under policies set forth by the Federal Open Market Committee and the Board of Governors. Their corporate structure reflects their corporate structure, not their subset of the United States government structure, reflects the concurrent interests of the government and their member banks, but neither of these interests amounts to outright ownership.
That's my case.
But it says that they have a corporate structure.
No, I mean you just said like the government, like there's like 7 instances of where the government totally calls the shots of how it's run. I mean, like I'm not sure what argument like is being made actually. Like even if you're making like an argument about, like
I just said the Federal Reserve banks are not owned by the United States government. They're private corporations.
It didn't even say in that definition as a private corporation. You just said it was self-funded, but then it was pretty much controlled by the federal government.
Doctor, are you for the Federal Reserve or have issues?
I don't know what you mean. I'm for them.
No, I mean like some people they say that they should get rid of it, and some people they're for it. I just was wondering what you think about it. Like if you have any opinions on it.
About whether I like the fact that the Federal Reserve exists?
Yeah. And some people they say it should be gone. Get rid of it.
So yeah, I posted in the economics section an opinion that I agree with from Thomas Jefferson about whether central banking and the rights of money printing should be taken by the federal government or a central organization. So Thomas Jefferson believed that that was a right that was reserved for the states under the original Constitution.
Well, you say he's for it?
And I'm actually for that. I don't think that the federal government has the right necessarily to do what they're doing in terms of centralizing the printing of money. So, I had a pretty long conversation with you about how the European Union was doomed to fail because different cultures and different systems of how people work and spend money and insure each other's retirement and such, guaranteed that some of the European Union states that have different work ethics, et cetera, end up getting bled out by the other states. And the fact that there's a single centralized entity determining wages and interest rates prevents interest rate parity across the state boundaries in Europe. That the exact parallel to that exists in the United States. You have states where there's a continuous state of deflation, which needs to be corrected, and you have states where there's a continuous state of inflation, and you can't solve both of those problems at the same time with a single centralized form of currency.
Well, I mean, let me ask you this: do you think the government should have a monopoly in issuing its currency? Like, should we have like a government?
Saying in general, the government. Okay, we have 50 governments in the United States of America, and they, agree to being subject to certain other rules by a centralized federal government, right? So when you say, do you think the government should have a monopoly to do what? You have to say which government you're talking about.
I'm saying broadly. I mean, the state government doesn't issue currency. It doesn't have anything to do with currency.
Not since the Civil War. Not since the Civil War.
Right. So I mean, like what I'm saying is, like just on principle, not really this like question about like the state government versus federal, but like just in principle, like should we have a single government protected currency? Is my question. Like, should we allow like a bar system where?
That's a valid question. I would reframe it in this way. Do you think that you should have the right to issue a token to another individual, you personally and another personal individual? Do you think you should have the right to issue a token to that person, which they can then later claim as a promise to be repaid in kind in goods or services for a debt? Or should there be an agency outside of you and another individual that you choose to make a contract with, which has a single monopoly on the right to issue tokens that can be repayable, that can be used to repay debts?
I mean, that's already allowed. That wouldn't even be. That's not even like disallowed. I mean, people trade things all the time. I mean, people could. But like, what it needs to be true, it needs to exist.
So we'll answer the question. I'm not saying whether it does exist or not. You're asking whether I think the government should have a monopoly on issuing. Well, that's what currency exists. A token that can be later reused to repay debts, and it's fungible in that you can take one person's debt and use it to pay off another person's debt from it. So you can trade debt to debt, right, across geographical and time boundaries.
I'm not sure. Okay, so like, I mean, you're talking about like trading one IOU for another. Am I actually not quite sure?
That's what money is. Yeah, that's what money is. So should one central government-controlled agency have a monopoly on issuing new tokens? That's the question.
What do you mean by tokens?
So, like for example, a dollar is a token that can be exchanged in exchange. You can. It's a debt. It's a token that says I owe you money, and vice versa. You can then it can be transferred to another person. It's an IOU. You read what it says on the face of a dollar.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Federal Reserve note. This note can be used to pay all debts, foreign and domestic, or something like that, or private and I don't know, private and public, or something like that.
Right. So I mean, you're talking about like another form of something to do that. I'm just not sure I understand the question. Like, I mean,
no, you asked me. Should the government have a monopoly on issuing money? That's what you asked me. I said, well, do you think you should have the right to give someone a token, whatever you choose the token is, as a symbol that you owe them a debt?
Yeah,
and
I mean, like,
I think if you reframe it that way, there's nobody that would say I don't have the right to give somebody a token which they can exchange for me to repay their debt at a later time in the future.
So I mean, like, it would be something that you would just print up and say, like, oh, this is an IOU, and this is that means that you'll owe this to me at a later time, and it would be separate from the dollar.
Right. I mean, totally separate from a dollar. It could be a specially shaped rock that you remember what it looks like, and so do they, and it's only valid between you and them.
Okay, the problem with that would be, I mean, let's say you could do that. Then let's say I say, oh no, I'm not going to pay that debt back. Who's going to stop me? If it's not government backed. Like, let's say it's a rock, right? I'm saying it's a rock that says that I'll owe you $10,000 in 3 years, and then I just say no. Who's going to stop me?
Right, and the same thing with money, right? Same thing with dollar.
Who would stop me would be the government. I would be legally obligated to pay you back, and then with if that's, and then in this other scenario, if
right. So the point is that the government, if it has a monopoly over issuing tokens, if you were to issue a rock as your token, then that's invalid because the law says you're not allowed to issue tokens. So you would have to go and find some dollars by hook or by crook, get them so that you can issue them as a promise of future repayment of debt.
Exactly. I mean, what's the problem with that? Why would you use a rock over that? I mean, even like, because if you use a rock or anything other than that, then it won't be government protected, and then it would be a weird area of like the government protecting like other strange forms of like.
People make promises to each other all the time, right? So right. The question is over the origination of promises. Not whether you're allowed to make a promise, but whether you're allowed to originate a promise without someone having given you an equally valid original promise to begin with. And so the Federal Reserve Act essentially says you do not have the right to originate promises. You have to create something of value in the first place so that you can get these dollars so that you can transfer promises that the Federal Reserve Bank originated. Now, you're not allowed to originate promises, but the Federal Reserve Bank is allowed to originate promises.
People break promises.
They sure do, yeah, and they sure do. So and that causes destruction of wealth because, like let's say, for example, you're Amish, and let's just say your Amish community exists outside of the government, and you're just a little communist Amish enclave in central Pennsylvania, and you are building a house for your family, and you promise your neighbors that if they help you put the roof on your house, then you will help them put the roof on your house. And then 5 years down the road, your neighbor says, "Okay, it's time for me to put my roof on my house," and you're like, "Fuck you! I'm not helping you put your roof on your house." Right? That destroys trust in the community, and it destroys wealth essentially, because that guy put work into putting the roof on your house, and then now he doesn't get his roof on his house.
Right? Exactly, because that's what the government would protect. Then so that's why it's a bad thing to go outside that. That's why we don't have a bar system.
Well, so the question is whether I guess the question is whether it's ethical for anyone outside of a private corporation that happens to be chartered by the federal government is allowed to originate a promise as in terms of getting work from someone before they have ever done work themselves in the
You know what solves this in modern technology?
Cryptocurrency.
Blockchain. Yeah, blockchain.
Yeah. So cryptocurrency is totally going outside the federal government and the Federal Reserve System. If you want to get my opinion on blockchain, Like I have like $20,000 worth of Dogecoin.
Well, the coin isn't so much.
I'm hoping it replaces the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, the coin isn't so much the interesting piece as much as the tech itself being utilized for contracts. So they're middleman and basically having a third party do the upholding of the data itself or anything else does the work of a bank or a government. So you don't need that third party entity. You have it built into the blockchain.
Yeah. So there's so blockchain is basically, all these cryptocurrencies are basically a threat to the central banking system, because the central banking system is basically saying we're putting faith in these central banks to control the supply of money so that we don't have too much inflation or too much deflation or too much unemployment or etc. And it democratizes, even though I don't necessarily like that word, but it democratizes how much of this currency can be created. Like right now, you have no say in how much dollar gets created. You have no say whatsoever. But you can get a mining rig and start mining Bitcoin and increase the amount of Bitcoin that gets created.
Yeah, you can try.
I mean, what would the issue with money being created by the federal government?
Well, where do you want to start?
I'll
start where you want to start. Time for this?
We don't have time for this, but go.
The government creates an artificial backing of money right now, and so it's truly based in faith, right? And they also control interest rates. So there's so much to talk about relating to government, but really not government because Federal Reserve, but really government. You have to take this in bites.
Well, I mean, but that monopoly of force is essential for everything, and that monopoly of force backs that currency. So it's not just like artificially on faith. It's like the government saying that this is of this value. I mean,
the government's not
like
saying that. People are saying that. Well, they're supposed to say that at least.
The government's an government enforced currency. I mean, the people don't say that. The government says it's an enforced currency.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily have to use government's currency.
I mean,
paying taxes, yes.
I mean,
that's how they work. They print money and they get it back by form of taxes, which is basically the entire idea behind the modern monetary theory.
What do you mean by theft? Theft? What do you mean by theft?
I didn't say theft. I said they issue the currency and take it out back from you, right? So they issue a certain number of dollars and budget in the amount that they're going to take back to devalue the currency they issued in the market. But the thing that's different in our society is that we have a market that generates the income. They're just working off of the dollars they've printed. But the reason why we have to use the US dollar in the United States is because it's the only thing that can be paid for, that taxes can be paid with.
Well, I mean, like, what else would you use? I mean, like, it would all stem from a dollar, from government-backed currency. I mean, like, you could say Bitcoin, but I mean, like, there's issues with that. I mean, like, that it's like untraceable and everything. But, it's like if you go outside the government-backed currency, it would be you need like a government to enforce the contract of the people involved. That's kind of like the issue that going outside the currency would present.
Going outside the currency just puts you in a situation that you're in now. The only thing that people seem to have a warm and fuzzy feeling when the government's name is on the dollar bills that you're using to represent an actual worth. But otherwise, you're still accepting on faith that these bills and these dollars are going to be useful when you take them from someone for payment.
Well, where's the faith? I don't understand where the faith would be. Like, the government would do its role the way it would do its role.
You're guessing that in the future that token is going to get you back what you paid to get the token in the first place, right? So if I was to have given 1 hour of unskilled labor in 1992, I would have gotten $4 for my labor, $4.25 probably. And if I was to try to get that labor back today, I would have to pay $7.25 to get that labor. So I have a certain amount of faith that in a short period of time I can get the same amount of labor that I paid to get that token in the first place. Over a longer period of time, it's I'd say most people have what they call an inflation expectation, right? Which is we expect something like 2 or 3% per year of a decrease in the value of that token that we get.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't work and then wait for inflation and deflation to take place. I mean, it wouldn't like you to work and then you'd be paid years later where there's a different like value of money. I mean, I'm not sure like what the scenario would really exist. I mean,
well, like if you were to buy a coal-fired power plant in 1950, the expectation is that power plant is going to last for 50 years, or 70 years. You buy a piece of equipment that is durable. Things last tens of years at least. So if there's inflation, then that changes your perception of the value of that thing when you buy it.
Right. I mean, that's if there's inflation. I mean, a lot of the times, like, I mean, if the only thing that would cause inflation is if, like, the government, let's say they printed an X amount of money, but then there wasn't, then that value of that money didn't go back into the economy, then there's inflation. Like, but without that, there's no inflation, right? I'm just merely printing money that doesn't directly create inflation.
I don't know. I think there's a thought experiment that we could do here that would probably debunk your imagination there. So let's just say there's 7 of us here in the room, 7 of us in the room, and we started in a world where there was a total of $10. We each had $10, and we wanted to exchange goods and services for something. And I offer to make you a sandwich, and I'm like, okay, I'd like $2 for my sandwich. You're like, okay, that sounds reasonable. I'll give you $2. I make you a sandwich. You give me $2. Maybe I take that $2 and I get Chick Vicious to I don't know what she does. Maybe she's a security guard, and I say, okay, I'll give you $2 and you can guard my sandwich shop for a week. And she said, okay, that's fair. I'll guard your sandwich shop for $2 for a week. And then the government comes by and prints $1 million without asking anybody, and they give it all to Mr. Nivik there. And I'm like, hey, Mr. Nivik, would you like a sandwich? And he's like, well, how much do you want for the sandwich? I see how fat his wallet is, and I'm like, I would like $200,000 for that sandwich. And he's like, well, I got way more than that. I can deal with paying $200,000 for a sandwich, right? And then like the Mace is like, hey, I want a sandwich too. And I'm like, hey, you got $200,000? And he's like, well, I got $2. Yeah, sorry, man.
That wouldn't debunk my theory. I mean, that would almost back my theory. Like what I'm saying is, if there's like $2 maybe created by the economy, and then $2 kind of goes back into the economy through the multiplier effect. But like within 7 people, you're not gonna have like the multiplier effect of the economy, because then you don't have employers and then consumers, and then that going through paying employees.
Well, the reality is that the first person in the chain that gets extremely wealthy when the government
that people buy for a product or service.
Yeah. When the government prints more money, the first person in the chain gets extremely wealthy, and everyone down the road sees the effect of inflation in a delayed manner. It takes years for inflation to work its way through the entire economy. So when the federal government says, I'm going to incentivize such and such of an industry by paying massive subsidies into that industry. And that's where the money comes out of the federal government. Then that industry sees massive inflation, and everybody else takes a while really for their wages to go up. And if they do it smartly and in a small manner, you don't even notice, but it happens over years and years. So, but in any case, the people that are the first ones to receive the money get extremely rich, and the people that owned assets that are not that are physical assets like real estate, they see over the course of years the price of their assets go up even though they haven't increased in value. And people that have money that is not invested in something that inflates with the value of the dollar going down, then those people lose their shirts.
Oh wait, so I just want to kind of like just back it up. Like, I mean, let's say this though. Like, as far as like how money like works. Like, if let's say you printed like $1 million, right, and then that goes to some kind of investment. Like and that goes to employers and employees and consumers and everything. Eventually, like it's an investment in value gets created through the economy. So like saying, by the way, I think I hear an echo. I don't know. It's on my end or. Sure.
Oh, sorry. Weird.
I don't know. But
just mute your micros when you're not talking. That's fine.
Oh yeah, but yeah. So it's like if you like make like a.
Holy shit! Did the dog get you? The dog got him. He was attacked by wolves. He was attacked by wolves. So I was just hiking through the forest, and then.
Sorry, my phone literally fell. It's just out of my hand. Cool. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, if you look at it like as like an investment, or like let's say it's like $1 million stimulus package in theory that would go through the economy in the sense that it would have like consumers would have more money to spend, and then that would be spent on goods and services that would create a bigger demand, and then it would make it so that business would profit off of supplying that demand, and then the money gets created throughout the employers and employees, and then businesses get profitable, and then you can have a measurably increased value that's put in, which would offset the inflationary effect. That's kind of my argument.
That's the Keynesian theory. That's a well put description of Keynesian theory.
It's not really a theory though. It's like that's measurably where you can find it's true. I mean, like in unemployment, they literally have like a way more than 100% return on value. It's like I mean, you call it theory. I mean, it's like it's a measurable effect that you can find. I mean,
do you know what a theory is?
Well, I mean, it depends what sense you're talking about. Obviously, if it's a scientific theory.
No, I mean, just in terms of the word theory.
It really depends on it really depends on the context. I mean, like you could have a theory about something, or it could be a scientific theory, and it could have more confidence.
It's an idea that's based on evidence.
Yeah, so a theory has to be backed up like quite a bit before you call it a theory instead of just calling it conjecture or something like that. You know, call it a hypothesis if you're guessing, you see an effect, you think, okay, maybe this, you come up with a hypothesis. And then once it's tested, if it's tested repeatedly, then you can start calling it a theory. And if it's a theory and it gets somebody's name on it, then that's really actually pretty good. I would say almost all the time it's a really good thing that actually describes some really important aspects of reality. If people call it a theory and it's got someone's name on it, right?
Right.
So when I say that's a good description of the Keynesian theory, that's not denigrating what you're saying. I'm sort of validating it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it depends what kind of sense you mean, I guess. So, I mean, it's valid then, right? So, like, I don't know.
Well, it's not, I didn't say it's a law. It's not a law, it's a theory. So,
Wait, theories have more legitimacy than law. If we're using that definition, I mean, like in the scientific sense, a theory is over a law, not a law is over a theory. Right?
No.
So I mean, that would mean there's more precedence over a law if we're using the scientific definition of a theory. It would have more legitimacy. Like,
Keynesian is far from a law, that's for sure.
Yeah, Keynesianism is far from a law, I'd say.
But everything related to economics is theory. There is no law of economics.
Okay, are we saying like if we're using like the scientific sense of theory though, like a theory is more legitimate than a law in the scientific sense, in the scientific context?
I don't think so.
No law is a law is like for example Newton's second law of motion, right? Which is someone refresh my memory. Which one's which? All objects remain in motion unless they're acted upon by an outside force, right?
Yeah.
Like really nobody disputes that. They might be like, well, if we're talking about taxi cab.
Laws aren't typically
changed. But want to know what has more what has more legitimacy over that? The theory of gravity, which is a centerpiece of all of that. That's more at a higher standard than that law. I mean that's what science says. I mean that's not like debatable. I mean like the theory of gravity is what is behind a lot of those laws.
The difference is like explanation versus. There's an explanation of the law, which is where the theory comes from, but the law precedes the theory. So you can't necessarily say that one is better than the other. A law must precede the theory in some way.
Yeah, I think things that are laws are theories that have been well tested enough to be considered universal. They're universal.
Well, a law exists, and the theory describes. So a law like observes phenomenon. A law will observe what's occurring. And then the theory says, why is this occurring? But the law comes before the theory. There's no like before or after. But anything related to economics is theory. There is no law.
Right, but it depends on like what context you're using. I mean, like a theory is not like here's a good definition I'm seeing. In general, scientific law is a description of an observed phenomena. It doesn't explain why the phenomena exists or what causes it. The explanation of a phenomena is called a scientific theory. It is a misconception that theories turn into laws of evidence. So it's like, if we're saying like it's a theory, that doesn't mean that it's not like legitimate enough to not be a law. That just means that that's a very evidence-backed basis of why that's happening. Like that doesn't.
Yeah, how about this? A theory is an explanation of the universe which matches very well what's observed in reality.
Yeah.
Kind
the
of.
Problem with go ahead.
I mean, unless it's like evidence based, like very conclusive. I mean,
right. So Keynesian theory basically says that if you have a period of time where the free market is not producing the economy that you want in terms of output and production. It may manifest itself as things like starvation and loss of jobs. And in times like this, the government can step in and spend more money and print more money and spend it, and that will make the economy act faster in the short run. And the Keynesian theory also says that in times where there's excess, where the economy is natural, outside of the government action, where the free market economy is producing excess more than people are willing to consume, and it will tend to create a bubble. And in times like that, the government should repay their debts, shrink the amount of government action, and so forth. And the problem with Keynesian theory is that it's not that the first leg of it doesn't work. It's that the second leg, you can never get the government to slow down when the second leg starts happening.
They had to step in.
Well, I mean, that's but like what you just said though is like, I mean, like you wouldn't just like willy nilly print money and just see what happens. I mean, like what you would do is you would print money.
Really? Really?
No, okay. So I mean, like I'm saying, like you would print money with the expectation that it'll have, it'll go through the economy with a multiplier effect. Like it would.
Yeah,
It's like
sure, sure.
It's like you wouldn't just make it so like that. Like, oh, we have a bunch of it's gonna inevitably create a bunch of goods that people aren't gonna have money for. It would make it so that let's see what happens when people have more money, and then they'll go through the economy, and that'll create more value.
So the hard question is who do you spend that money on first, right? So that's a very hard question because most politicians will give that money to their family members first. And
it's not like it goes into the politician's wallet. It would be literally a form of like a stimulus package that would literally go into the consumers first. It's like a stimulus check. It's like there's no politicians involved really.
Well, in some cases, how does the printing occur? The printing money, the printing of money is a way of spending. So printing money immediately concentrated amounts of money is created by policy, thus making policy that requires voting at some point, right? So it is inherently political.
That's not inherently political. I'm saying like it's not like it goes into the politicians' hands and they go whoa, and then like it goes in the consumer's hand. It's like they just pick up the crumbs. I mean, that's not. That's what I'm saying.
That's really what happens. That's the people have problems. The part of it that people have problems with, is when politicians have to decide how said printed money is going to get spent. One of the ways that said printed money has been spent in recent history is the aforementioned bridge to nowhere. Another way, in Nevada, one of the ways the printed money got spent is Harry Reid went and front ran a land deal where there was a highway that got built through, Bullhead City, Arizona, from Nevada, and he bought all the land that the highway was going to get built on. There was going to be a bridge on a highway. He got forward notice of where the bridge was going to go. He bought all the land, and then he sold the land to the government entity that built the bridge. And they need a right of way to build the bridge on and the highway. And so he made $20 million or something like that, buying the land and then selling it back to the federal government, which he had direct control over, essentially. That kind of stuff is what people hate. But the whole thing where, okay, the economy's slowing down, we don't want it to slow down. People in general agree with, let's let the federal government take some action. The question is just, how do you do that in a manner that doesn't enrich select few individuals that may or may not be corrupt, but actually make it so there's a fair distribution of that money into the economy, without creating corruption. That's really hard to do.
Well, I mean, but like a stimulus check, it would literally be a direct payment. I mean, it's like, so what do you mean?
A direct payment to whom?
The taxpayers.
To whom? No, the taxpayers. So the bottom 40% of Americans actually don't pay any net federal taxes. So are you gonna exclude them from your payment?
No, I mean
you would just.
No, I mean like that's just how like it's issued. Like, hello. Oh, I mean like I kind of was meaning that like usually like if you want like how it's going to be sent to you is like they use the information that you have in your taxes. I guess if you're not paying taxes, you would be in the category of like a non-payer tax, and then like that would be issued in a separate way, but it wouldn't include it.
Even if you don't pay taxes, even if you don't pay taxes, you still probably file. You still send the government your tax information or income information, right? So that the government can determine that you don't need to pay taxes, right? So they still get the money.
Yeah, I'm not refuting that. I'm saying like I kind of mentioned like taxpayers and kind of. I mean, maybe
the debate is not over the mechanism of how we do tax who the people are. The debate is over who gets paid the money. So you want to jumpstart the economy. Are you going to pay people who have more of a tendency to just save? Or are you going to pay people just are you going to let politicians decide to preferentially pay people who may or may not be in their constituency that are going to be voting for them in the future? Are you going to have them pay big companies that might actually be able to directly turn that money into capital expenditures and create jobs with it?
I would
Are you
issue.
gonna? Yeah, I mean, so are you gonna, like the most recent one? The most recent